phansi. President, madoda, colleagues, sicela sihlale phansi so that we can start. Sandy, we need to get started. Starting from. Colleagues, good morning. I believe it's still the morning. We are already an hour out of schedule. We want to start. We are not in the business of the so-called African time. When we say our meetings will begin at a particular time, they've got to begin exactly at that time. But unfortunately, of course, people have got maybe their own logistical difficulties that make it impossible for them to adhere to the time we communicated. But as a cultural thing, in all our meetings, we want to emphasize for everyone to know that if you are coming to a gathering that has got anything to do with convocation, you know that if we said at 10, if you arrive at 12, uzawudibana nathi egeyithini. That is the discipline we intend to instill. And with even the chapter that we're about to elect now, it is something that we're going to emphasize. That also when we say our meeting will last for an hour, it is because we would have properly preconceived it and understood that it's supposed to last for that hour. Because we do not want to detain people unnecessarily for too long. We understand that the people who have called to come to this meeting are postgraduates, some of whom have got serious responsibilities in different facets of their lives. So kubalulekile kuba siyihloniphe loo nto. So we are going to start the meeting. Those who are going to meet us late, bazasifumana siqhuba. Cela nivale up or something, but so that kungazungena le ngxolo esuka apha phandle. The agenda of the meeting is as projected. We had to adjust it a bit to accommodate the fact that now we could not start at 10. All of us, members of the Convocation Executive, were here before 10. We were ready to proceed. I've not seen members of the chapter, but if any is here, will please indicate. We've also sent them the agenda. They are supposed to give us their presentation. I am hoping that by the time we get to their their item, they will be here so that we can get a sense of what has been happening here since the election of the outgoing chapter. Because when we elect chapters, we do not do just because we have got to. We do because there is a need. We do because they've got a responsibility and a role to fulfill. And we need them to come and give us an appraisal of what they have been doing so that we can take it from there. Whoever gets to be elected now as the leader of the chapter. And because also chapters are a reflection of us as the Convocation Executive. They are our extension. So when we get to elect, we need to ensure that the people we elect understand the urgency and the importance of this task. so that when time comes for them to come and account, we will be able to say, work has been done here. Ndihambisa nje ixesha, colleagues, so that I can get a confirmation that we make the quorum. Once we make the quorum, in Gauteng, we agreed that the provision that speaks about quorum in the Constitution only speaks to the AGM of the Convocation. It does not speak to the AGM of the chapters. But either way, even if it were to speak to this, we were to agree that it speaks to this, we seem like we're going to have 50 people and more. In which case that would mean then we are properly constituted to hold this meeting and proceed to elect whoever gets to be elected. As you can see, the agenda, we should be here until only 1400 hours, and by then we should be able to release each other. By the look of things, I think we make the quorum, but the confirmation will come when that item comes. In which case then we'll have to proceed with the meeting. And if anything appears to the contrary, that we did not meet the quorum, we'll pause at that point and decide what to do. But as far as I'm concerned, we make the quorum. Sisi, can you please ascertain kwaba bantu balapha bangakhi abantu asebe registration? No, just check the number. How many people have registered already now? But we could also do a simple exercise and do a head count, just to confirm if we've got 50 people here, because that might also disturb the registration process. I tried to go there, but because of the manner in which they do that, it does not reflect a number as you register. They just shade to indicate that you have arrived. So they've got to go through the spreadsheet and count one by one. But I am confident that we do have 50 people here. I want to allow me to literally count, colleagues, so that we can get started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's 34 this side. I'm not going to count members of the convex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 31. I'm counting 31 this side. 31, 34. You will do the mathematics. 65. Even if my mathematics is wrong, you can't be less than 50. There's no way. So we are properly constituted, colleagues, to begin the meeting. I will try to, President, we have to try to get hold of the chapter so that they can be here when it's their time. But then if they are not here, we'll continue. Oh, are you chapter? Wait. Yes? Sure. Yeah. No, it's not 50 plus 1. It's 50 people. It's 50 people. Remember, Convocation has limited, and I mean limitless numbers of graduates. So okay, fine, that's fine. No, colleagues, quorum your Convocation, we don't even test it against the number of people who sent their RSVP. It's 50 people. That is the quorum, that's how it works. I understand your question. Where you come from, it may have to be tested against a particular, and it's not 50% plus one. It's 50, 1, 2, 3 to 50. So we are properly constituted. And colleagues, just to open, we took the resolution to revive the chapters, and we started with Gauteng. The President made a remark somewhere in one of our strategic sessions and said chapters have got to justify their existence. Communications guy quote that and post it, and somebody reacts without understanding the context. They were up in arms, unreasonably so, because I can repeat that myself as well. Chapters have got to justify their existence. What does this mean? We have got executive of Convocation. And it is not required that we must have chapters just for the sake of it. It is not required that let's immediately vote for people immediately who are in office. What they need to do to justify their existence is that once they are elected, they must demonstrate that it is really necessary to have chapters. When in the Constitution, there are committees. The new Constitution, I don't know if we ever had the Constitution before, but the present Constitution of Convocation, we do not have anything called chapter, but we customarily cling to the word chapter because we are so used to it. Constitutionally speaking, chapters are committees of Convocation executive. What this means is that maybe sometimes whoever else may become a Convocation executive in future may decide that maybe we do not need chapters. We will be able to carry this work on our own. But we resolved that we need to revive them because we need them to assist our work. Because we believe that an effective chapter is a good reflection on the work of Convocation as a whole. Chapters do not exist as islands. Their work is to advance the work of Convocation as a whole. And of course, that of the Convocation executive. It is important to always understand that we do not elect people to start doing things that are unnecessary. You are elected today and then tomorrow you do things that do not help the work of Convocation. Because you exist at the behest of Convocation. You may say the Constitution and all of that, but really you've got to justify your existence by the value you bring to the Convocation. Of course, this standard also applies to us as executive members. We also have to justify our election and our continued occupation of these positions. How do we do that? Is being effective and delivering to the commitments we make to you as our constituents. That's what the President meant, and I hope I do not misrepresent him. So, we are happy, colleagues, that when we make a call to say people must come for us to be able to elect a new chapter, you come in this number. The number of people who had sent their RSVP were 1,400 and something. That's a huge response. In Gauteng, I think we had less than 200, plus minus 200. But it's understandable, the university is here. You are the closest to the university. And we are more critical as this chapter because we are very close to the life of the university. It is very much important that we elect people who really will add value to this project we're trying to pursue. At the heart of what we do as the Convocation, and it bears emphasis this, at the heart of what we do is mobilizing resources for the university. We can do everything else, but if we do not fulfill that, we have not fulfilled our statutory mandate. Of course, mobilizing resources could mean you brought bursaries to the institution, you elevated the name of the institution, and the spin-off of that is that new donors came and all of that. It does not necessarily mean you must bring hard cash all the time because we may not be able to do that. And then if we do not bring $1 million, we'll say, you said, and then we're kicking you out. No. It means mobilizing resources in many various ways that you could bring resources. And I emphasize this because a chapter that is going to be elected here must understand that at the heart of whatever we do is to mobilize resources for the institution. Number two is to endeavor with everything that we have to improve the lives of graduates. We're the most unfortunate province. I don't think there is a province that has high rate of youth unemployment, of graduate unemployment as our province. The task is so humongous that the moment you get elected, you've got to figure out what you do to impact the lives of those people. It is not for you to go around saying, I'm the chairperson of the chapter Eastern Cape. Wherever you go, hey, I'm the chairperson of the... No. It's a responsibility and a huge one. And it can sink you the moment you get into it and realize, but I didn't realize this task was this humongous. And if you think that task is too big, you can withdraw now. Tell your colleagues that, I don't think I'm available. You can withdraw last minute. It's allowed. So, those are issues we really have to be familiar with and ensure that if we get to be elected, we will immediately map out plans to impact the lives of the graduates, to mobilize resources for the institution. Not to complain every day. The convex is not... We are graduates. There's someone who complained about this AGM being here and said, what is going to happen with people who are in Komani, transport? Colleagues, we've got to realize very soon, if we have not, we are an alumni association body. We're not a student body. We can't overburden the institution with other things, like expecting a transport for our own AGMs as professionals, as graduates. I do understand, of course, I speak not naive of the fact that people have got real economic challenges. But we're here for that very reason, that even as you have your own economic challenges. But we must gather and figure out collectively what can we do to salvage ourselves. You can't complain about the AGM being here. Where else can it be? Butterworth is the most central place in this province. Even if you stretch it to Bizana, to Nelson Mandela. But Butterworth is the most central place. But also we tend to rotate programs of convocation. Sometime we'll be in Komani, sometime we'll be in Mtata, other times we'll be in East London. Because we do not want to be seen as favoring a particular campus. And also we must do away with this campus thinking mentality. We're not a student body, I emphasize that. I might have studied in NMD, but I'm not here for NMD. I'm here for the institution. A university, Walter Sisulu. It feels good to say that, eh? A university, Walter Sisulu. Don't hold us back to UNITRA, to Eastern Cape Technikon, Border Technikon. We're not there. Even WUSU for that matter. It's a thing of the past. Though we still have it because we're in the transitional period. The TG is still wearing the old blazer. I don't know what he's going to do with it, but maybe as a memorabilia to say at some point I once led this institution. Colleagues, with those few words, we welcome you and we're really happy that you turned up. Because as I said, we are adults who have got responsibilities. Some have husbands, some have got wives, some have got children, young and old. And weekends are for you to be able to spend time with those people. But you took your time to come here. We do not undermine that. It's a very important thing you did to come here. Because of course the project we're engaged in is a very serious project. And I emphasize this because really I want people to understand that we're engaged in a very serious project. We're not playing. We left this university some 15 years ago. That's when we were students here, when we left. We really cannot be gathering to come and play. This is a very serious project that has to help us, help each other as graduates of the institution. And we're gathering at a very interesting time with the university having undergone or undergoing the rebranding. Another conversation that sparked a lot of controversy, if I may put it that way. Others were asking us, hey, did you agree to this? We're not managers of the institution. You know, people who spend time with the university on daily basis come to us and say we've undergone this research and we've come to the conclusion that the institution needs to reposition itself. And part of that, it needs to change its identity. They come to us as Convocation. We're not experts of rebranding. I think my president, there is an expert of education, the PR. Okay, Sandy, maybe because it's her space. It's better positioned than us. But the point I want to make about this is that as Convocation, we always have to understand that we must give space to managers to manage. And of course, this does not mean we won't hold them accountable. We serve in statutory bodies of the institution that are able to hold them accountable. We might not even agree with the logo. Maybe 10 it could have been something else. But are we going to go to Facebook and bash our own institution? We can disagree with marketing and speak to them because we've got the platform. But if we're going to assist outsiders mock our own university, it's to our own detriment. Sometimes ndingalwa ndibebovu ndibone ndilwa ndibovu ku-Facebook. That time andivumelani nale nto bayenzileyo. But I've got the responsibility to defend the institution, then come to right platforms and say, hey, but maybe bekumele uba ibe yibhokhwe le nto kunoba ibe yinkomo. Because we do have the platforms. We're not always going to agree with managers, but we must understand that managers, I'm not wearing my glasses, man. I'm feeling like managers have got an advantage of being with the institution on a daily basis. They've got institutional memory, data, research, financial capacity, human resource to be able to spend time to determine what needs to be done. At the time they present to you as members of the public, they've done some groundwork. And I think you need to give grace to that and interact with whatever ideas, with that at the back of your mind. That they come to you at a point where they've done some groundwork. And then we disagree, of course, because we're not always going to agree, but let's be mindful of what we do in public platforms where even our other haters, for lack of a better word, could use that against our own graduates. That is just the point I want to make. Otherwise, we support the rebranding. The previous executive of Convocation was consulted. That means we were consulted. And we agreed with it because we're going to oppose it for what? Of course, money could have been used in other things and all of that. There's always those conversations, but the university cannot stop to think, to work on its own, to reimagine itself. Because, say, for instance, labor is complaining that there hasn't been salary raises for the past 2 months. All of these things can be done at the same time. One does not have to cancel the other, because the university must continue to function and work as the university. With all those few words, if there are few colleagues, we welcome you. Is anyone from the chapter here? I'm really confirming for the last time now. If no one is here from the chapter, then we'll have to call the president to come and give us an address from the convex, after which we'll then discuss. You can take notes, colleagues, because I'm immediately after the president, because there's no chapter now. You will have to engage with whatever the president says. You take your notes, because we'll have only one round. Once we're done discussing, we'll move on to another item. So take your notes.
Kule veki pheleyo i-Walter Sisulu rugby team ibidlala apha eSatukasha ne-University of Western Cape i-rugby. Sayibethela ke oogqirha nezichaka i-University of Western Cape. Sabe ke izolo siyabe siyodlala e-University of Witwatersrand, Wits. Silwile ke pha. Yi-final. Silwe kangoba ndithe uba bebenxibe izikipa ezinempondo zenkomo. Inene ngesiyibethile i-Witwatersrand. Siyibethile i-Witwatersrand. Masi bakongratulate kodwa abadlali be-rugby team yalapha eWalter Sisulu ngokuphakamisa igama leWalter Sisulu kwi-rugby. I-rugby ngumdlalo ohlonitshiweyo kakhulu kunjalo onembali apha e-Eastern Cape. Masiyihloniphe kakhulu, siyibulele into yokuba isirepresente ngolu hlobo, imele igama lethu. Ide iyongena kwi-backyard yaseWitwatersrand ilwe nayo. Ndibukele kulaa match ye-University of Western Cape neWalter Sisulu, ii-maneuvers ebebezenza phaa onkabi kwi-set scrums, betyhiliza bengadlali, ii-fly halves zethu zisenza izimanga. Siyababulela kakhulu. Mandibulele kakhulu also i-University iWalter Sisulu ngokuba irebrande, itshintshe indlela ebonakala ngayo. Masikhumbule siyile ngqungquthela into yokuba indlela obonakala ngayo nendlela abantu wena ozibona ngayo yile ndlela nabantu abaza kubona ngayo. iWalter Sisulu ke ithathe isigqibo sokuba ayifuni ukuphinda ibonwe ngolu hlobo ibikade ibonwa ngalo. Ifuna ukubonwa kabutsha, ibonwe njengento ezelwe kabutsha, ibe nesinxibo esitsha, ibe nombhalo omtsha, ibe nemibala emitsha, izokuphila ubomi obutsha. Siyayixhasa loo nto. Nawe xa ufuna uzitshintsha, ukuba ubuzibona engathi ulinxila, uye ungayi ngoku etywaleni, bethuke abantu xa bengakuboni etywaleni, uphina uzipeqengeshe, kuba nawe kusube ufuna ubonwa ngohlobo olutsha. Bakukhangele bakuncame esimokolweni, akukhangele bakuncame ezintombini, kude kuthiwe kuba wawungulewu, kuthiwe hey sishumane nomfo ngoku. Kanti lo mfo hayi uyazitshintsha, utshintsha indlela abonakala ngayo nendlela naye azibona ngayo. iWalter Sisulu ke yenze loo nto. Ke konakele phi xa umntu ezitshintsha? Senze njalo ke sayixhasa loo nto. Asiyixhasanga kuba besiyithanda. Ngubani na othanda ukuyeka utywala? So nathi khange sixhase le nto ngoba besiyithanda, kuba nathi besifana naye wonke ubani ophikisayo othi hayi le nto, kuba abantu abakufuni utshintsha. Ndide ndibone unongxowa wethu we-Convocation esanxibe imibala emidala engasento. Ndithi ke kuye hayi nongxowa, tshintsha, tshintsha. Uthe ke uya kuyikhulula le nto ayinxibileyo, angazi uba aphinde ayinxibe exhome ekhaya. Ngegama lesilungu kuthiwa yi-souvenir. Iyawuhlala iyi-souvenir, ibe yinto yokukhumbula. Uthe u-advocate apha yi-memorabilia. Khuleka ke zivi-advocates memorabilia. So siyayibulela iWalter Sisulu into yokuba ithathe eli nyathelo lokuzitshintsha indlela ebonwa ngayo. iWalter Sisulu ke le ngqungquthela lesiyiyo nje besenzile nje apha, nani niyayazi loo nto, inenyathelo eyalithathayo kudala dala. Elo nyathelo lelokuba amatyala ezithwalandwe ezinxiba mxhaka mfundini mawacinywe. kuba sikholelwa ukuba xa usisithwalandwe esinamatyala awuphilanga emoyeni. Kunzima ukuyokufuna umsebenzi uthwele ityathanga letyala emagxeni ongalaziyo ukuba uzalibhatala nini njani. Siyayazi nathi sonke loo nto. Kwezi veki zimbini ziphelileyo ndifumene i-SMS kwenye yeenkokheli bekukho igraduate besizama ukuyinceda kwezi zinto zidibene no-understand ityala layo njalo njalo apha kule university. Kuthe ngenxa yeemeko, zininzi imeko, kukho izithwalandwe ezingakwaziyo ukufumana umsebenzi kuba iziqinisekiso zazo zilapha, zivalelwe apha kwa-exam, apha not kude. Into naqha uba asikwazi uyozithatha phaa nge-violence, kufuneka sizithathe ngecebo. Icebo lethu ke lathi masi-fundraise ukwenzela into yoba kubekho icebo. Andanoba aba bantu baphandle bangaba lapha na okanye bazaba zii-voting cows na, le nto bebengekho bona apha ngoku sithethayo apha. Enye izinto efuneka siyigade le, xa usisithwalandwe akufunekanga ube yi-voting cow. Funeka abantu bakujonge ebusweni, baku-engage as a human being you are. Bathi besirhalela bakwenyuswe umandashe, uthi wena hayi andiboni kanjalo mna. Uyibona hlobo njonga. Ngoku ndiyoyika xa kukho abantu abahleli phandle abangxolayo, izithwalandwe ezingxola phandle. Ziyintloni ke laa nto. Le graduate sifumene umphanga wayo wento yokuba iye yazixhoma phantsi kwemeko ephila phantsi kwayo. Eyazixhoma yabuthatha ubomi. Kukho abantu ke abahleli kule nto xa siyibiza kuthiwa yi-ivory tower. Bahleli upstairs ku-25th story. Abangazinto ngeemeko zabantu, engathi bona bakhulela ezulwini, eparadesi, apho kukho zonke izinto abazifunayo. Abanye bazo bazii-managers zee-universities. Abanye babo babe zii-students nabo, besilwela le nto yokuba ii-students mazibe ne-access to education. Andayi into bakafuna siyilinde la bhazuka. Kungenzeka uba ithi kukho ibhazuka ezayo. Yakrokrela uba kwafuna siyilinde iazania. Yisena nexhala ngoku xa kuthiwa kungakani kuthiwa kothothwa le AGM ngebhazuka apha. Silibele ukuchopha apha kanti kukho ibhazuka ezayo. So as a student, le graduate, ayizixhomanga kuba ibifuna uzixhoma. Izixhome kuba ubomi buye baphelelwa yile nto kuthiwa yi-meaning ne-purpose. Because the life of a graduate is only purposeful, only insofar as they can access the conveniences of life that the education promises them access to. So when the system promises you that you will study and have a certificate and go to work, and then tomorrow you are told that you can't get the certificate and go to work, your life changes psychologically, and it does so completely and immediately. And this is the concern of Convocation. What we have done over the last 4 years is to completely redefine the meaning of Convocation. that Convocation must not anymore be a body of celebrities and ceremonies. It is not a ceremonial structure. It is an important structure, important to the life of graduates, whose purpose is to attend to the life of graduates, not just at Walter Sisulu, but to the life of graduates elsewhere in the country, in all the 26 universities. Sithatheke iphulo lokuba sihambe siyokudibana nazo zonke ezinye iiyunivesithi. Sithi kuzo, idabi le-graduates liyafana kuzo zonke indawo. Kuba kaloku mna ndifunde apha eWalter Sisulu kanye apha kule campus le bendifunda apha mna. Ibingekho futhi eliholo nicophe kulo namhlanje. Nina anazinto nina. Thina sifunde enzima thina. Kukho iholo apha. Lakhiwe lihle. Thina besifunda apha kwa-applied. Mna ke bendifundela uba yitishala nje besithi u-advocate. Ndifundela uba yitishala. Nango ndiyatitsha mna umsebenzi wami. Nango nje bandime apha nje ndiyatitsha nangoku. Ndiphangele nalapha. That is my life. And so we said we need to approach all universities in South Africa, all 26 public universities. There are also public-private institutions, your institutes, your Regenesis, these are private universities, your Da Vinci institutes and so on. I think there was Monash in the past. But these are private institutes, 26 public universities in South Africa. We started a dialogue. This dialogue took us 2 years to succeed. Because funeka uhambe uyoconvince abanye abantu into yoba iingxaki esihlangabezana nazo ziyafana. Kuba uMandashe ebefunda apha eWalter Sisulu, wasuka apha eWalter Sisulu wabheka apha kwaNo College, wayogqibezela phaa ufunda. Kanti omnye usuke lapho wabheka eCPUT. Xa efika eCPUT wagqitha wabheka eUJ. Xa efika eUJ wasuka uhamba wabheka eUNISA. Ngoku uyigraduate yaseWalter Sisulu, yaseCPUT, yase-UJ, yase-UNISA. Ingxaki yakhe, yingxaki yam, yingxaki ka-president we-Convocation, nesigqeba sakhe sase-UNISA, yingxaki yakamaphukata e-CPUT, oyi-president, yingxaki kaNompula, oyi-president, ne-executive yakhe e-UWC, yingxaki kaYumna e-UCT, yingxaki kaMutadi e-University of Venda. So yingxaki yethu sonke le. So the graduate debt is a fundamental national crisis. It is not a simple university institutional crisis. I like repeating this because it bears repeating. That all graduates across all universities, all university, close to 21 billion. So it's important to always repeat the figure. The minister said that when we met El Sol Plaatje University, the Minister of Higher Education said that actually the debt may be actually higher than you are estimating it. They are still trying to determine the figure in exhaustive terms. Bafuna ukhangela bayogrumba yonke indawo enamatyala e-graduates. Abanye babefundiswa ngo-NSFAS, abakakwazi umbhatala nalo NSFAS. Ngoba funeka akhangele, bafuneka athenge isonka atye na okanye funeka abhatale u-NSFAS. Funeka athathe iteksi abheke emsebenzini na okanye funeka abhatale u-NSFAS okanye abhatale uWalter Sisulu. So as a consequence, convocants, we put up a case before the council of this university. The case we put up to council was this. CT. Council, you are only able as the university to collect less than 10% of the debt that is owed to you by graduates. 10%. Apha Walter Sisulu, Walter Sisulu owisha 1.7 billion rand. Thina nje sodwa apha Walter Sisulu. Ngenani siba 19,000 in the last year's figure. I think the figure may have gone up to 23,000 this year. Si-owisha i-university. Si-owisha i-1.7 billion. I-graduates zodwa, ziyeke students. I-graduates zodwa si-owisha i-university close to 800 million. 800 million. Univele banteni? Can't it 800? Ayo 800. 800 million. Owisha University 800 million. And imali ayihlali emthini. Akhoyikho imali ekhangelwe emthini. And uqoqosho lwase South Africa luyile mess libona luyiyo. Kuyaliwa eIran. I-United States zonke ibhombo zayo fly on the space trying to destroy another nation. As a consequence, oil prices have gone high up. Oil prices, colleagues. Fuel prices. Ububuko wagqitha egarage. Bakhange ugqithe uzawuva ngonoteksi, bakhange ugqithe egarage. Uva bayikhonto eyenzekayo. Qha ube ungayazi bayintoni. If fuel has increased by over 9 rand, the government had to even say, masiyithathe le 3 rand secaleni, because kukho charges, kukho levies obhatala fuel. Now this conversation is important xa uyigraduate. Andithethe mna xa ungumntu ongana xesha lezinto. Kuba izinto zona zinaxesha lakho noba wena awunaxesha lazo. Uba wena awunaxesha lazo uzawuva xa ukhwele eteksini xa. Okanye xa ume kwi-fuel tank uthi xa ugalela apha mhlekazi, ugqibele ugalela 1,000, uve kuthiwa ugalela 1.5 ngoku. Uthi yho, kuthiwa hayi sisi, kukho impi ese-Iran. Ngoku izinto ziyadura. Colleagues, there is no economy that can run without fuel. There's no economy in the world. All economies need fuel. And the fact that the economies are struggling with fuel means that the economies of the world are going to suffer. And when the economies of the world are suffering, you and I are unable to pay the debt that we are supposed to pay at Walter Sisulu. Because all problems of society are interconnected and interconnecting. They are relating with each other in a scientific process. So what we are doing here as Convocation, we're not speaking English here. But I was lungu lento ndithetha apha. Bubomi babantu lento ndithetha apha. Uba uyi-postgrad apha eWalter Sisulu nawe, bubomi bakho obu ndithetha ngabo. So i-concern yethu must be to unite all graduates across the country. And 11.6% of the graduates in South Africa are not employed. 11.6%. What does that mean? It means for every 100 graduates in South Africa, 11 of them are not employed. 11. Here in the Eastern Cape, the unemployment rate is even worse for youth and the young people. I think now it's over. What was the percentage? Over 60%. If I'm citing the figure correctly. This, colleagues, is extremely important. Now, this is not politics. If you think this is politics, this is good politics. But this is not politics. All graduates across the country must be united under the banner of graduate issues. Graduate debt, unemployment, curricular relevance. Because funa sibuza umbuzo noba kuthena abantu bephuma euniversity bangafumani imisebenzi kodwa babhatele imali phofu euniversity kufuna bazobhatala ityala labo kodwa abakafumani kwa lo msebenzi bekuthiwe bazawufundela babawufumani. So there is a link between debt, unemployment, and curricula. Uba umuntu apufundiswa into engazungena ndawo xa efika pha elizweni lokwenene. It means funa siziquestione i-universities uba nenzani kanti apha. futhi sibuze nale yethu siyithandayo kuba umuntu xa umthanda uyambuza izinto andithi abantu bayabuza ubuphi izolo babuza ubuphi izolo because uyamthanda umuntu siyayithanda le university. We love this university, so we have a right to ask it questions out of love. To say, Walter Sisulu, what are you teaching here? Where are the graduates of Walter Sisulu? There is an alumni office now run by Mr. Mbongo. We are hoping that that office is going to find out how many Walter Sisulu graduates are unemployed out there. Because we went to council for that position and said to council, we need a dedicated office of alumni in Walter Sisulu. That office has a very important duty in terms of graduate tracking, finding out who are the graduates, where are they, what are they doing, are they even employed? Are we teaching the right things here? So that abantu kungagcwali apha i-qualifications zabantu abangazuya ndawo. You know, ibe i-qualification for its sake. Ube ne-qualifications, ube nayo nesithathu, usalinde uqeshwa. It means there's something fundamentally wrong. So part of the duty of convocation is not to merely come and say, I am the president. See me, to take pictures and to look good or to do dreadlocks. That is not the function of convocation. And it's not to go around shouting and howling managers, nor is it going around and tiptoeing ufuna uthandwa zi-managers. Sasithena kula vice chancellor yayikhona yayilapha. That we're going to hold you accountable. Because we don't make friends with anybody. Now, le ifikayo, she's not going to be our friend. We don't want to make friends with vice chancellors ourselves. Uba usonca wecinga basileqa yena, na le ikho izacinga basileqa yona. Because asanatshomi thina siyi-convex. Umuntu owenza into wrong, sithi hayi. Egameni le-university yethu. Sithi hayi. Uba awusithandi, sithi asikhathali, kodwa hayi. Sithi hayi kodwa. And so the elikhwelo le-convocation zonke, we were able to succeed finally this year to get all these universities as Solplaatje University, nge-6 nange-7 ka-March. And we were able to hold, for the first time in the history of this country, an annual general meeting of all university convocations at Solplaatje. And that is the undertaking we took in the last AGM, if you recall, in the last AGM. Aninokhumbula kanene ngoba kula AGM kwakungekho umuntu endlini. Kokheli thenge naningekho endlini galamini. Dabathi ndikhangela noba nguwe ke ngondithi noko le nkokheli madoda. Ngumuntu noko besemcimbini. Tata ndiyibona le nkokheli. So anisakhumbuli ke. Kwakuvotwa ngoba abantu abakhumbuli xa kuvotwa. Namhlanje kungenzeka uba abantu abandiva kuba kuzawuvotwa. You see. So we did say in that AGM, one of our tasks is to bring all convocations together. And we said we will undertake that process, and we have now succeeded. But now, the real job begins, which is the job of engaging government, business, society, parliament, on issues affecting graduates. Some of the issues are being raised already in parliament around graduate debt, around the employment of the so-called foreign nationals. And you can see in society generally there's a problem. There's a problem. So Convocation, colleagues, has undertaken that task and is engaged with it. But we have done something else, something different. We said, masingalindi, masibe kukhona nto xa ibizwa kwipolitics kuthiwa yi-multi-frontal war. Ile yenzeka pha kwi-geopolitics ngosithethayo. I-multi-frontal war. Ngapha i-US i-attack i-Iran ne-Israel. I-attack i-Iran, ngoku i-Iran ilwa into xa ibizwa kuthiwa yi-multi-frontal war. The war on two fronts. Ngapha i-Israel ibethe i-Lebanon. Yenye ifront, so i-Israel ivule i-fronts ezimbini ze-war. Ivule yesithathu eYemen. So xa ungena kwi-multi-frontal war, colleagues, you engage in more than one strategy to solve the same problem, to win the same struggle. What is our struggle? Our struggle is to have people get their certificates. End of story. That's our struggle. Yonke into esiyenzayo siyile convocation idibene naloo nto qha ayikho enye into. Ube university ifuna siyincedise ngokwestatute iraise imali, sithi loo mali siyiraise noba yi-2 cent mayiyocima ityala le-graduate. Qha si-struggle sethu. Like xa ndino-summarize in simple terms, that's the struggle that has been defined by this convocation and the one before it. We have then put a proposal to council in this regard. We have said to council, kucacile into kuba awuzuyifumana le mali uyifunayo uba usayifuna ngolu hlobo uyifuna ngalo. Ne-graduate kucacile into yoba ayizusifumana esi certificate sayo uba nayo isasifuna ngolu hlobo isifuna ngayo. Thina sobabini phakathi kwakho university nathi convocation asivumelani ngohlobo wena ofuna sifumane ngalo i-certificate zethu. Nawe Walter Sisulu convocation awuvumi ngohlobo i-university ethi ifuna ukunika ngalo certificates. Sathi ke masixoxe. Yonke ke into kwelizwe xa ungakhange uyifumane inkululeko funeka yonke into uyihlale etafuleni. Uyixoxe ke ndibone kubhalwe ku-Facebook kusithiwa itafile. Kubhalwe ngolo hlobo. Kubhalwe into ezinjalo. Ndiyafunda ke mna ke izinto ungabocinga uba mna xa ndithule andiboni. Itafile. Injalo zinkokheli zami kufuna kubekho itafile yoxoxa xa kungekho inkunzi eliwinileyo idadi. Kubekho itafile. Sisetafuleni ke ne-university nathi siyi-convex. Itafile esikuyo yeyokuba kungenzeka njani na ukuba i-university ikunike i-certificate sakho noba awukalibhatali lonke ityala lakho. Kodwa i-certificate sibe kuwe esandleni ukwenzela uba uzohamba ngosilapha kuwe esandleni uyozikhangelela wena ingqesho. Uthi ke ngoku wakuyifumana nawe wenza igalelo kwakule university inye. So liphulo esikulo elo. Sithetha xa sithetha ne-council kwakunye ne-management. Sicela kubekho ukumithana halfway in the meantime. It's a practical solution. It's not the best of the best solutions you can find, but it's the only solution we can find at this point in time on this front of the table. Sitafuleni. So savumelana ke into ukuba i-council ibifamihleli izolo, which was the 10th, but it has been postponed. Our proposal is already before the council as we speak. If we succeed, we are likely to have a pilot project this year, starting no later than the beginning of May or even before. A pilot project. This pilot project is going to mean that about 3,000 to 4,000 graduates can benefit from that pilot project. The pilot project, out of 19,000 graduates who owe the university money, out of 19,000 people who owe it money, 4,000 will be assisted on a first come, first served basis, but with conditions, because itafile njalo. Ayikho itafile ngena conditions. Awukho faka nje enkokheli sawufaka bani pha. Athi gqiba, athi sibangena umandasha. Kuthiwa umandashe ingxaki akazulunga kuthiwa makufaka uthenga. Kuthiwa no uthenge ingxaki. Yabo, uyayiva ne? Uthe ingxaki. kuthi okay no ake masifakeni uTG kusetafuleni yayiba kusetafuleni injalo zinkokheli zami itafile. So lo tafile ke izawuphuma nezo ziphumo ze-conditions. But what did we ask for? We've asked for, because the university wanted to begin at a higher threshold. Yet, we can't help a student who owes us 15,000 or 18,000. But we can help a student who owes us 20,000 and above. And they can maybe pay 30% of their debt, and we can give them the certificate, and then they can go to look for a job and. So we had to have a long negotiation with the university and say, but we don't see it that way. We think every debt is a debt. And I remember we went for a strategy in February. You remember these colleagues of the Convex at what was the place, Blue Lagoon or whatever. Ningathi ke siyahlala eBlue Lagoon, asihlale sisetafuleni. eBlue Lagoon etafuleni. So we met one of the graduates there who owes the university 9,000 rand. She's a trainee. We trainee, use hotel, hospitality industry. And we know that people in the hospitality industry are so underpaid. Even when they are employed, they are exploited and abused by managers in those hospitality industries. We know that as a matter of fact. So xa unetyala 9,000, angathi umandashe kuba yena rich, athi hayibo umuntu obeqala ibiqala into 9,000. Thina sasilapha eWalter Sisulu colleagues, apha eWalter Sisulu. Umuntu engenayo 150 rand yofaka i-application. Asinoxelwa thina ngabantu abahlala ku-Ivory Tower nge-struggle of not having something. We were here. We slept at the halls here, protesting every January, every February, every March, every July, because somebody did not have 150 rand. So we take seriously that there is a graduate who owes a university 9,000, but they don't have the money to pay it. Not because they don't want to, but because ukusuka kowabo abheke emsebenzini kuyadura. Kuzaba worse ngoku enyuke ifuel. And xa yehlile ifuel izabe seyenyukile yona itaxi fare. Ayizuphinde yehle ibheka phezulu yona. So we've made those points, colleagues. So because it's a tough lane. So we are likely, the university is likely, if council approves this, I don't know if council is going to approve this, because it's in the hands of the council of the university. It's gone through every process. If the council approves, we are likely, the threshold is likely to begin at 10,000 at most. No, not at most, at least. Then there was a question of the risk by the university, because each university, convex, le nto niyithethayo izawubeka i-university kwi-financial risk. Because what if sinika uPK i-certificate sakhe, abaleke uPK angazibe aphinde awubeke umcondo wakhe nakulo convocation AGM nakakade. Kuba akasafuna uphinde abonwe kwayena ngokubalekile unkabi ngoku. Uyifumene into bekade eyifuna. Ubayuzile oMandashe noRhubela. Wabayuza wafumana i-certificate ngoku umkile ngoku. Ngoku oMandashe noRhubela no Sendi nothi bazinhloni ngabo ngokwinhlekisa ngoku. Uyitsotsile iprocess. Utsotse iprocess. So the university is saying to us, and this point is not illegitimate, it is a legitimate point. Because the workers will tell you here, the workers are going to negotiate with the university this year. They are going to say, give us a salary raise. Didn't you see the fuel prices going up? Give us. The groceries have gone up. The petrol is, the bond, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So, sifuna imali. It university convex. So it was a question of risk, financial risk to the university. We don't want the university to collapse. We don't want graduates not to get their certificates. So let's meet each other halfway. So that was the, so and ndizamukunika i-context ye-debate so that kungathiwa i-convex itheni. I-understand about what was the process arriving at a certain decision. We are accounting here because you are graduates and you have a right to hold us accountable. But at least you must hold us accountable from the point of view of information. colleagues. So finally, we then said, the threshold, if you look at the threshold of a pilot of 4,000 graduates, if council agrees on the 4,000, but if council might say, well, we think the number is too big, then the risk is too big. It might say, itobeni la 4,000, maize ku 3, or maize ku 2, or maize ku 1. It could say so, because council is the highest decision-making body at the university. If the university says 4,000, good, then they said that higher threshold then for this pilot project is going to be 100,000. So that means if you owe the university anywhere between 10,000 and 100,000, the university, you can benefit from the program. Anywhere between that figure. In fact, part of the reasons we arrived at this point, colleagues, was that when we looked at the data, because they had to give us the data as we were negotiating, the data. So they gave us the data. The data showed that a lot of graduates owe the university anywhere between 0 and 100,000. And there are those who owe more than that, but there are not as many as those who owe less than that. Now, I want to be emphatic on this. The reason 100,000 rand was used as a cap was the risk financially of the university. So if you negotiate with somebody, you can get something and you can lose something. Sometimes you get little and you lose more. Sometimes you get more, you lose less. But you will be the judges of whether we've got more or lost more. You will judge. So that's the threshold, 100,000. 4,000 graduates. Discounts. So we asked for discounts. We said to the university, surely you have not succeeded in collecting the money. Now you need to give a graduate an incentive to come and pay you back. An incentive. Uzawumenza njani ba umandashe xa owisha imali eze azokubhatala? Mniki incentive umandashe ubuzile wazobhatala apha. Zakunika into ubuzile wazobhatala. So sothi kuye yize uhamba umgrogrisa nge-SMS. Ugrogrisa umuntu akuncedi into. Funeka uthi kuye nza kunika nam into ubuzile wazobhatala. Uba mhlawumbe owishi 10 rand wazondibhatala nza kunika i3 rand undibhatala i7 rand yodwa. That's how business works. If we want to use that terminology, we negotiate. I have spent a lot of time on this issue because this is the central issue of this convocation executive. This is our sole key and fundamental problem. But I don't want these things to be published on the media today. Because if DP, these things are published before the council makes the approval, the council will not approve it, this thing. Because it will say it will not negotiate with us on TV. And you know the people at council, you know them. They're highly educated and sophisticated people. They can reject everything we propose to them. And they have a right, they are running the university. But that's the essence of the proposal, colleagues. And we will then issue an announcement as the executive when that materializes. I just thought that DP, I cannot leave out this matter, given that many graduates are already here in this platform. It would be a mistake, it would be a missed opportunity. The last point I'm going to make is precisely on this issue. Kuba colleagues, kuzawubakho pilot project on this. Uke yafailisha le project. The rest of the graduates who will not be its first beneficiaries will suffer and suffocate forever. If this project fails, the next lot of graduates, that's already the negotiation that has gone through. At the university, uba lento ni proposal convex, ya failish. So I create a policy. Your policy depends on the success of the project. If the project fails, so does your policy collapse. And we will never, as the university, agree with you as convex again in your proposition. In any proposition you bring where we must give something away to somebody. So that's the part of the bargain. Sizanipanisha njani nina? What this means, colleagues, is that this project entirely depends on you. It will depend entirely on you as graduates. If people enter the project and undertake to repay the remaining debt and have their certificate in the pocket, which is what we are fighting for. Because if you come and say, I can give you 3 rand out of 10, they will say, okay, here is a certificate. Hamba ke, uyofuna umsebenzi. But uba wena awuyenzanga la agreement yobhatala as ba ubuthe uzabhatala, wonke omnye umuntu uzawusafarisha as a consequence. So this project therefore cannot fail, DP. This project cannot fail. We cannot make it fail. We have to make it work. We have to make it succeed. So yenye ke ye France le esilwa kuyo. Enye ye France esilwa kuyo kukwakho kwala Convocation national. Eyesithathu ifront kukuqhubeka si-fundraiser. So if you listen now very carefully, there are 3 fronts on which this thing is being fought. And we must succeed on one or more of them. Having said this, colleagues, I'm going to ask that the chapter that will be elected, and maybe we can make the point later, but the DP has already laid the foundation for this. Each chapter is an elector. Ayo chapter, your title. Ubuye ibone i-Constitution. I-Constitution has stripped off titles in chapters. Because kukho kwakho ingxaki apha, masiyithethe ngosichophe apha. Kukho kwakho ingxaki apha. Kukho abantu abacinga uba i-chapters zingasetyenziselwa i-politics. Umuntu acinga uba angangena kwi-chapter apha efuna ukwenza i-politics ezingabheke ndawo. Xa ungena kwi-chapter akutshiwo uba awunongavumelani ne-convex. Ku-right ungavumelani ne-convex ngezinto ezithile kuba nawe ungumntu. Into erongo kuku-factionalizer nokupoliticizer i-chapter. Irongo loo nto, period. And this time around, asizuhesitate, colleagues, this time around, to disband a chapter that is factional. We're not going to hesitate. Ndiva kabuhlungu because le chapter engekhoyo apha bendifuna ibe khona apha ndikuthanda uthetha ulwimi. Ngase umuntu achophe apha ndimjonge ebusweni. Uthanda uthetha ulwimi. We have made an undertaking that all chapters will be funded to do programs. All chapters. We've done this in Gauteng, we've done this in KZN, we've done it in the Western Cape. But we've never done here in the Eastern Cape. Why? Because there was no program. And it took him. You know, effect, took by its nature. So I'm also very angry that the chapter is not here to report what it has done over the past 3 years. Because they should be here to account. In fact, this executive should be, this sitting should be taking a resolution that members of chapters who refuse to come and report despite having been consulted to do so must never again stand for election. So that thing promote clownish politics in convocation. This is a professional structure. It is not a political entity. And people who come here only to serve their egos and to feel good about being called chair or secretary, etc., never stand for leadership again. We should make a resolution that people who refuse, for whatever reason, to come and report are no longer eligible to contest a position. Why are they contesting? What is the reason? So, but I will leave this point for a debate. But as a leader, I also have a responsibility to communicate our own views also. It was a sokole up, which is the chapter. They tell they pindle. Akangeni noba mnye na. Sisokole apha udilishana le chapter up. Because le chapter ifike yadlala ipolitics. Le chapter ibingonqena ubhalela vice chancellor le chapter le yala. Awuvula email apha ngoku. Ibingonqena ubhalela vice chancellor le chapter le. Ithethe politics. Ndizozithetha ke zo politics ezo because ngaphandle bakho umuntu ontyhileza ngemva. But ndizozithetha. Yenze politics. Bhalela vice chancellor no chairperson be council. Sifumana ileta eflyayo evela ku-chairperson we-council. Kwi-politics anto kuthiwa yi-ill discipline. Apha kwi-convex kuthiwa yi-unprofessionalism. That way even, lack of professionalism, lack of professional discipline, lack of common rules of morality and courtesy, i.e. ill discipline, misconduct. So yenzekile ke le nto le. Several. We made efforts to take this chapter to a workshop. We spent money. When you go to workshop, colleagues, you know what you do? You book a hotel when you make a workshop. You pay money. People come, they sleep, they eat. Come, eat, sleep. Some take flights. Some you hire a car, they get into a car. To hire a car a day is no less than 1,000 rand. To book a place to sleep a day is no less than 2,000 rand. To book a meal, you get the point. The point I'm making is we've paid money to conduct induction, DP, to conduct another induction. With this chapter, we conducted 2 inductions. We paid twice for nothing. And now we are fools because we paid twice for nothing. So DP, I wanted to land on this point because this is going to be the bone of contention. People are going to come here and contest. When you contest, I say to you, and I'm glad because you've not seen me on any Facebook saying who must be voted for. But I will tell you who must be voted for in principle, so that the principle is clear. Not which person, but what kind of qualities of those leaders do we need to be voted for? Uba uthi ndiya campaigner kulungile. But we need leaders. First, who are going to put politics up aside. 2, politics who are going to help us continue with the fundraising project. 3, we want leaders to lead Convex who are going to go to individual donors and look for money. They can come to Convex and say, give us a car and give us a place to sleep. We are going to, I don't know, Bizana. There's a big businessman we want to meet there so that they can contribute. Or we want to meet all the alumni of Walter Sisulu at Bizana. Sinigeni i-transport, sinigeni ndawo lala, sinigeni ukutya, siya kuloo ndawo, sifuna kulungiswe loo nto. Sifuna abantu abazawutsho. We have taken a decision on February in our strategy that each chapter, at the very least, must find 100 individuals who can contribute as little as 50 rand per month going forward. 100 individuals. They don't have to be rich people. 100 individuals who are going to contribute 50 rand per month. That's all. Can you see how simple the program is? There's no confusion about this program. Either there will be 100 people that are contributing, brought in by this chapter, or there will be none, or there will be 3, or there will be 4, or there will be 5. So how do we measure that, what they are doing then? How many people were you able to bring to contribute 50 rand a month? That's a simple decision. It's not easy to execute this decision. Because that's what politics is. Also forgot to put high man also forget about when the politics, but when I present the case here convocation graduates Walter Sisulu. So I was long about we clown. awuzulunga. Andithuki mntu. Ndithi awuzulunga baba uyiclown. Funeka ufike ukwazi upresenta icase yegraduates zingekho uhlonipheke. Bakukholelwe abantu othetha nabo singekho thina. Nani nabantu baxhoba ningekho. Sifuna inkokheli ezizakwenza loo nto. Zibuye zithi kule nyanga kaFebruary we got 10 people who are willing to help. Those people then will get a C18A form, a section 18 form, that they can get tax rebates from SARS. That's it. So that's the point. And I'm going to land here and say, thank you for coming here. You have proven that the convocation of Walter Sisulu is now alive. President Tia may say there were 25 people during his time when they were trying to build the convocation. Today we're sitting at chapter meeting, and there are over 100, I would say now 150 people present here. This is good. This is excellent. I wish you can come even at a time when we have time to debate and not just vote. Voting is important. Don't take that away. Important. But I wish you can also come at another time so that we can discuss. With those words, DP, thank you so much, and sorry for taking too much of your time.
No, it's okay. Just project. Colleagues, that is certainly mouthful. Akukho sidingo soba ndiwagxobhe. We regret, unfortunately, that some of you only arrived when we had already started. But before you arrived, we spoke to the colleagues here and said, it is a culture we want to enforce. That when we say in a program or a meeting or whatever event of convocation, we start at a particular time, we mean exactly at that time. For events that have got to do with convocation, we've got to be very disciplined when it comes to time. And that is how people are going to take us seriously. That if we say at 10 and you arrive at 12, so that next time you will take us seriously when we say we begin at 10. But we made a leeway because we understand that people may have had some logistical difficulties and delays or whatever. And we started an hour late. I can hear that the noise at least has subsided outside. I want to assume that people have come inside. Before I call for comments and discussion to the President's intervention here, I just want to briefly introduce my colleagues. I think you've only seen me and President. And it's not only the two of us who are here. And it's good that this part of the program delayed until this far so that everyone could be here. Just to remind you who these leaders of Convex are, particularly because some of you, when I was outside, I picked that some of you nisazoyoculela uGodimas apha ngoMeyi. And mas busacula never talk culo nongqawu sengoku. yonke loo nto. It seems like I've lost people when I'm talking about Godimas. I'm revealing my age. So for those of you who only graduate only now, it's really important that you know who your leaders are. The person who just spoke here is Dr. Lunga Mantashe, the current president of Convocation. You have seen him. The next person is the Treasurer General of Convocation, Mr. Stembiso Cegiso. The next person is Sandiswa Golozeli, CPRP. That CPRP represents people from the PR space, no, a chartered PR person. And then we've got Pagamile Mangesi Umkaya Wam. Wangapha embizana. Zange sivotele ngeso sizathu ke kodwa. Kwazenzekela nje. And in absentia, the other, oh, sorry. Yabona le nto yale light bendiyithethile. Uba yanisitha. Next to her is the Mr. Sokam, Dr. Sokam. Huh? Is it Mr. or Dr. Sokam? No, if you are not, just receive. It's okay. Member of the Convex deployed internally by the institution. You would understand that some of the members of Convex are elected directly from the institution. So is part of those. And in absentia, it's Masibulele Mkundlu. Most of you know her as Fit Masi. She has apologized for not being able to be here, but is part of the executive. The next person is Dr. Sisonke Shula. She's unfortunately still recovering from fracture. It's unfortunate when a doctor is the one who gets the injury. We don't know who's going. Ngesintu kuthi inyanga is lapha. I do not know if doctors take care of themselves. But she's still recovering from that, but is still very much part of us. And then there's another member deployed, is Dr. Machini. No, Machila. And the reason I will explain why I forget him, colleagues, do not take it as if we do not take him serious. It's just that he has recently been deployed to the structure from the institution. Mr. Sotam Gululu Mkumbula, because even in the previous term, he was there. So that is the outlook of the leadership of Convocation, colleagues. And for those who want to keep going up and down, I want to allay your fears. Before we vote, we'll allow for a comfort break. So if you call in the good until we're done with discussions, so that there is order in what we do. Another thing is that when that time of election comes, okay, let me make this announcement already. People with pink tags, please go to that aisle. If you are in that aisle, you have got a different tag, like this one, you've got to come to these two aisles. The logic for that is obvious. You are not going to be voting if you are there. You are an observer. We made an announcement that graduates, and I emphasize this, graduates who did not RSVP for whatever reason, we're not going to shut them out of this meeting. They will come and they will observe. So, Asibuya from the comfort break, if you have got a pink tag, please go to that side. Those with a different tag, come to this side. That small aisle there is reserved for people who are not going to vote. But we appreciate your presence. We're not going to chase you away. Let's just hope that this hall is not going to overflow. Because if it overflows, we'll have to release you when we vote. Because there's nothing we can do. Otherwise, colleagues, I had asked you to take notes when the president was speaking so that you can engage. We don't like coming to events for us to just vote and go. There's a lot of intellectual depth here that all of us can benefit from. Of course, not clowning, as President put it. There's a lot of intellectual depth that is here that can enrich this program. And we want you to freely contribute. We're here to talk. We're here to hear what is it that you think the convocation must be aware of on the ground that maybe we may have to take up in one of our projects or programs as the leadership, together with this chapter. Because you know why it is important also to speak here? You are not only going to be contributing to what the president said. You are not going to get a chance to speak to the chapter after their election. So you can speak to them now, even before they are elected. Because after that, they will make an acceptance speech and we network and go home. So with this part of the item, you speak to what the president has spoken to, and then you speak to the chapter. That is that, colleagues. Just to emphasize again, our obsession is to make an impact in the lives of the graduates of this university. We must never forget that. That is our reason for existence. 2 is to do whatever it takes and whatever we can to do away with graduate debt. I think it's sitting at almost 2 billion now, if I'm not mistaken. That's a lot. That is what we've got to trouble ourselves with, trying to figure out. Oh, when I was introducing the leadership, I did not introduce myself. Yeah, I'm the deputy president of Convocation. I might never get this opportunity again. Hey, how did I almost miss it? So, colleagues, and I saw some parades, I saw EFF. I'm not campaigning, but I want to make a point. There's what EFF has proposed in Parliament. It's public information. The student relief, the graduate debt relief bill. Essentially, what they are trying to do there is to create a platform where graduates will be able to apply for their debts to be cleared, mobilize the resources for the for their debts to be cleared. It feeds exactly to what we're trying to do. It's some of the things that we will have to look at to say maybe initiatives of that sort should be supported by Convocation. One day, and I want to make this point so that it does not sound political, one day, an initiative that supports what we're in pursuit of might come from the DA. You know, my skin itches as I'm mentioning the name DA, and I appreciate that there might be DA members here. But we may have to mobilize each other sometimes to support an idea of a DA if it does what we need to do. I'm raising this point because we're sinking, we're here, paddling for our lives because of this student debt relief. Maybe those of you who come from those conversations might enrich us with those contributions as well. Colleagues, without further ado, I'll take hands. And I'll try to be very strict with these hands so I don't take many hands. Yeah, everyone, please try to raise the hands, everyone, so that we can see. Everyone who would like to contribute. We tend to start on the right, but this time let me change for some weird reason. I'm not wearing my glasses, but I hope I will be able to see. I see you with a green top. With a green top, with the cap, yeah, you're number 1. Uyigcine number yako, please. Next to you, you're number 2. Next to you, you're number 3. Okay, we're done this side. You. Then Nasima, you're number 4. So Ambaganja. Is that Nehao? 5. The green there, 6. Next to socks, 7. Socks, 8. There, 9. Let me take 10, then depose. Zogo, you're number 10. Let's must man up, colleagues. If there will be anything to add, and I want to be strict when it comes to time. Somebody will have to be our timekeeper. That's how serious we are with time. Ababantu by 10 must not go beyond 20 minutes. So we have got 2 minutes each. Someone must be our timekeeper, please. Sisi, unasi stopwatch, please. What you will do when the person is 30 seconds before you indicate to me, just with a finger. So, colleagues, you've got 2 minutes. No, 2 minutes is a lot of time. It's a lot of time. If you have thought out what you wanted to say clearly, 2 minutes is enough. Where's the roving mic? Please remember your number. Singabe siphikisana, nanku number 1 futhi. Sihambeni ngolo. Members of Convex, please take notes because you might have to come and respond if there's a need to respond. I can hear you. I know we can continue. Just fix it for other people. There might be some who will need it.
Only avail themselves. Then after the when we are gathered like this, I believe we all have intentions of developing a future, not to develop credentials for certain individuals. People must not come just for being elected. Then after they are elected, they take those credentials to all political gatherings and go and brag about them, brag around to say, I'm this, I'm this, without knowing their responsibilities. Because I believe when you are elected in gatherings like this, you are elected with a mandate to carry. So it's so embarrassing that we are coming again to elect other people without getting a report from the people that we gathered I think it was a year or 2. Yes, 3 years ago. Asiyazi babebenzeni, asiyazi nokubana mhlawumbe bazakufuneka beyicreate lona platform for hand over to the new chapter so elector. If ikhona lonto, I really don't think that they deserve that. Enye point ebenifuna uyamkela noyibulela la point yokubana hey asihlelanga kakuhle ngabasisi basifonelayo. And basifonela ngathi nyano uzifile baye ngathi umatshonisa. Kodwa or the same university that you came to develop yourself to. Ixesha lemsebenzi uphela. So siyayicela siyayibulela kakhulu la point and siyayisupporta. Ndiyahalela uba i-highlight icaciswe nalapha endlini into ba laa nto ayina implications na le nto yoba besise kwi-debt collectors uba singazifumana sesinezinye ii-case sizama uphuma kwi-situation yokubana siklinelwe amatyala wethu kanti sizifaka kwezinye izinto because into ze-credit score and other things ziyasi-affecta kakhulu xa sesiphumile apha sizama ukukhana nobomi bethu. So bendifuna nje uphakamele ezo point zoyi-2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, leadership, for giving us an opportunity. My leader, I just come here now to appreciate Convocation, the platform, to voice out, because we have a tendency in South Africa now of universities transforming themselves into business entities. I come as a student, I go through the means test, but indeed you don't have money to pay the fees. Later on, I am made to sign in a debt acknowledgement form, but whereas Abantu, they know very well that I do not afford, and at the later stage, a university decides to hold my qualification because they say I owe them. But I went through the system that everyone went to, and unfortunately, because of insufficient funds, then I found myself in a position where I owe the university. Then I go out there, the university calls me and says, you are owing us, come and pay. It does not make sense, comrades. It really does not make sense. So another thing, there's money that is lying around here in space from the Department of Labor leadership. The interest of Department of Labor in that, what do they call this thing? It's a skills development. This thing is no longer working. What they say, their interest is on trying to reskill people who have worked, who don't have skills. But with 30% of that, they also focus on the youth. But the most unfortunate part, they don't talk about that. Because the interest of Department of Labor is to have people back on the system so that they can be able to contribute to UIF and what? And tax. And you have a lot of entities around this country. Some they come from Joburg, come Eastern Cape, funded a lot of money of 56 million. Now, when there's this proposal that is made by the EFF, at that level, can we engage the Department of Labor to say, we also have university graduates who are owing these entities across the country. Can a portion of this money be allocated to these entities so that those who are still at home can come back to the system now and be able to contribute because they also share the same mission and vision as you guys, because that's your father we're all the same. If you reskill that particular individual to come and get a job opportunity, what about me sitting over in university? I will come back and contribute to UIF and SARS so that at least we grow. So that is the point that I'm trying to make. I think there is a level leadership that you must engage each other nationwide as a and if the representative that sit in parliament can also be taken into consideration. Thank you so much.
Enkosi sekela mongameli. Mna ndine submissions nje ezimbini. Okokuqala masiyamkele intetha kamongameli ethetha ngamatyala ethu kakhulu. Okwesibini isubmission yam endinayo. Kanike nizame ukuyilwa mongameli le issue yamatyala anyukayo siyaphela zizi areas. Siyaphela uyabona ngoku apha ekuseni ngokusizayo ndibonisa ezinye ii-colleagues uba ngaba ityala lam belikade lithi 106,000 line 13 rand ngoku seline 300 and something ngokwecaleni. Cela sike siyilwe kakhulu omcimbi we-areas. I-submission yesibini, we are happy about i-transformation for i-university yethu, which is i-rebranding, and siyamkele as it is. Siyabethakala mongameli andifuna ukuthi but kodwa siyabethakala kukho i-undergrads okanye i-student ezizograduate for the first time. They don't know how to get i-regalia. Sithi ses-enquirisha phana ngale regalia asixelela nokuba yintoni etshintshayo, yintoni engazotshintsha. Bear in mind umuntu owenza i-honors ozograduate for i-honors ngoku owenza i-master o-registered for i-masters uzothenga igaweni ye-honors abe ebethenge igaweni qala yokuba ngabe senza u-NQF level 7. So mongameli ndiyacela nike niyijonge naleyo into yokokuba ngaba i-regalia at least ke xa kungakwazi uba mayivele ihood uba injani masike siboniswe ukuba ngaba injani yona igawuni. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Nam mandilandele kwabanye and welcome the report made by the President. And let me just take this opportunity and congratulate you, Dr. Mandasha, once again for being elected as Chair of Chairs. Well done. Andizubamde ke mna ke Deputy President because ezinye ze-submissions sazenza ezamukulungisa ngoku sasizokhetha nina. I believe enye yazo even uPresident himself bengiciba mhlambe sofumana i-report yoba ni how far ngokuba mhlambe niye nathini kwezinto ze-interest because we did raise izinto ezikanjalo ezamukulungisa. For those who were there bayazi ba we did raise izinto ezinjalo. It is very disappointing xa sizofumana i-report ethi i-structure that was elected asi-attendanga umcimbi waso. It is very disappointing again uba ke ngoku thina sizibhaqa siyi-chapter elidwa by individuals ezi-ill-disciplined andizohlala kubo kakhulu because abekho. But in future ndiyarhalela Hlalo uba abantu mabayeke ukuconfuse i-convocation ne-politics zasesikolweni. Because right now sizibhaqa sisengxakini yabantu abafuna uzosettlisha i-outstanding squabbles zabo ze-student politics nge-convocation. I-convocation isihlalo indawo ye-professionalism. Apa we have abantu who were not even part okanye who were not even involved with politics esikolweni because this is a different structure. Whether wena ubusesikolweni uyipasma wayintoni asavumela sasingavumelani kwipasma ngezinto ze-SRC asithethe into ze-SRC ngoku siyi-convocation. Xolo Sihlalo. Ndizolenda nje Sihlalo ndicela ukwenza le submission yokugqibela. Mhlawumbi uavoida izinto ezifana nezoba kubekho abantu abasuka from their respective places bacinge bazoparticipate xa befika kwivenue bangaparticipate. Mayibeke into eshumayelwayo uba yintoni convocation. Uthi uzoparticipate uzothi uyazi uba yintoni convocation because right now uzofumanisa uba abanye abantwana benziwa i-voting cows ngezinto abangaziyo uba zintoni. And then ke ngoku sizibhaqe ngokuthi nasezingasamithwa ingxaki zethu okanye sezingasa-attendwa ingxaki zethu kuba sibethwe nge-quantity over equality. So please colleagues, into ye-convocation mayithethe. Thank you.
Now. Iyeza kuwe baba.
Yes, sir.
Ayisuka pha. At least I still remember this one. Iye pha, then yehle.
Oh, usitulo Sihlalo hayi.
Don't worry.
Nami ngiqale ndibulele manje Sihlalo nge-report ka president. Ndiyaqala manje ukuba kule nhlanganiso. Kudala ndikhona kodwa ngokomoya nangokwesistrategy. Ngenxa yexesha mongameli manje sakhe sathi ngenye igame sincokola nomnye vice chancellor owayemhlophe ngebani. Sabuza into yobana ngaba ikhona into ekuthiwa ku-write off kwamatyala. Sabuza into yobana ngaba ukhona umuntu ebemthembisile naba uyawumbhatala mhla sabhatala. wathi ingxaki iyaba yi-presidents kwawuthi emveni ko-5 years siphinde sibuye sithi sicela urayithelwa off khe nizame uyikhumsha kakuhle le nto urayithwa off kwamatyala mhlawumbi ukusukela ngoku uya ngemva akharayithwe off siqale phantsi ukusukela ngoku uya phambili sizicinga kakuhle. Okwesibini kokheli mani xa ndiza kwehla urhulumente uba nee-services ze-accounting ze-research yinto esiyenzayo siyiwusu leyo. I-convocation ezawungena mani mayikisithathe isibeke phakathi urhulumente ibe sithi abazawuprovayida ezi services ngaphakathi urhulumente kubhatalwe thina mhlawumbi. Mongameli, enye into i-Ethiopia ikhe yathi ngeminyaka iza kwakha idami kwacaba ibangahamba ilali zonke ayinikwa mali yathi mayikijonga apha ngaphakathi. Mongameli, andiunderstand uba kutheni kufuneka iikhafe zasesikolweni ziranishwe ngabantu bangaphandle. Khakhe nijonge into yobana nani-convocation aninakwazi na ukuziranisha kwenzela into yobana ba inantsika iprofit enziwa zezi cafeterias ikhize kule ngxowa yokucinywa kwamatyala abafundi. Xa ndiza kwehla ke okugqibela nathi zinkokheli bafikile abantu bathi yima nkokheli ndathi mna xa ndiphendula andazi mntu mna ndizawuya kubani ndithi macima ityala kabani mna. Zinkokheli masizibuze before seme phaa sithi sikhona ubana ngaba lo mthwalo ukhoyo phambi kwethu sizawukwazi na ukuwuphatha. Siyiyeke ingxwabangxwaba yabantu ikho nto kuthiwa amasebathi zinkokheli hayini hlale funa ukuthi xa ndiza kwehla nkokheli mandibulele Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mandibulele nami elithuba ndinikwayo lothetha phaa etafuleni. The first point I want to raise, ndingxame kakhulu. Kunenyani apha mhlawumbe funeke siyivile sonke njengoba kuza konyula ichapter mhlawumbe singayithethiyo ngakumbi ngeli xesha yenzeka ngalo le nto. Usisulu attached a bit on it. We're in a process of rebranding the university. The AGM ihlala in a critical time where university yethu as usual is under scrutiny. We must, as the graduates of Eastern Cape, when taking a decision to elect people that are going to represent the Eastern Cape chapter, have best interest at heart of Eastern Cape graduates. This thing of having our chapters being influenced outside and not having their own purpose of Eastern Cape mayiphele. Masi-rebrande naloo nto leyo. Kuphele le nto xa kuzawuhlala ii-chapters nee-convex kuthiwa masiyobuza eRhawutini, masibuze Western Cape. Those things must end. Eastern Cape, define your own definition of what you want your chapter to be and champion your own struggles. There are a lot of graduates coming from the Eastern Cape that need your assistance as a chapter. The second point is that there must be an alignment of a chapter with the convex. Chapters cannot exist outside convex. And if we shy away from that, we're not going to touch on what the president has said, Payana, on the letters and whatnot. That's office work. Office. But to us as graduates that are outside, electing people into power, and you see a structure from start to finish, there has been nothing done. It means that if we make the same mistake, we are going to face a similar problem for the next 3 years, and we must do away with that. Lastly, Deputy President, Kunenyani, and I'm happy it's going to be raised by someone from my own generation, myself, as a former leader. The Kokele food, I led this campus. And you knew when I led that, I led very well. Now,
Okay, you have 30 seconds.
the distinguishment we must make, comrades, particularly from our generation. Let's stop using each generation as a means to manipulate abantu abazasivotela kwezi nhlangano zinje. I-generation xa kufuneke ingenile ikhokhele mayingene i-ready izohlangula i-graduates, not ingene for uba ifumane i-credentials. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Snetem Matuan from Tata. Chair, I think Mandibe Goslobo. The accommodation crisis, financial crisis facing postgraduate students are problems of Umtata, and for reasons that may be obvious to you. We are taking up a lot of the postgraduates from BCC, IB, Kakoman. And that is why I must rise in this platform. The accommodation crisis in Tata, my submission is that we are thinking, Kubana, it can be resolved internally. The institution currently has about 4 or 5 offices that cater for postgraduates, funding-wise and also administratively-wise. In Tata, we have added also an office within the SRC, intentionally so. We were thinking, Kubana, within the office of the VC, there is that person of special projects. That the accommodation crisis, it's reaching humanitarian crisis levels, President. Because we are taking up all these postgraduate students from other campuses, Bafige and Tata, and that space is not obviously adequate enough to occupy them. That is why our infrastructure in Tata is dilapidating, deteriorating faster at unprecedented levels. Pahlales buildings has been amanzi, poor hygiene, poor sanitation, even worse when they are not funded because they can't purchase all the necessities that at least would uplift their conditions of living. So we think Bana special projects, Mahla and Mayake, create a sort of a joint task team between the SRC. We have a postgraduate officer of the SRC there. We have a postgraduate office there. We have alumni relations. We have DVC, teaching and learning. We have DVC, research and innovations. So these 4 offices, we think, can have the financial muscle to at least gather the resources to at least, because I'm telling you, a couple of years
You have 30
down the
seconds.
line, we are taking up more and more postgraduates. We are going to find ourselves with a humanitarian disaster on that campus. Thank you.
Noted.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Chair.
Your volume.
And this is Okay, one, Chair, I want to start by congratulating the President for being elected as the President of University Convocations. To congratulate colleagues, the President. Within 21, we need to all accept that 1.7 billion to 2 billion is a lot of money. So it being a lot of money, if we say for longevity, we are going to engage the University Council to provide a solution around that amount of money. Practically, the university will not give us a long-term answer. But obviously, the university might have short and medium-term answers for so and so number of students. But that amount of money, it dinga a solution from more of a macroeconomic level or the fiscal adjustments from government point of view. So for us to influence that point from a national level point of view, we need at least a coordinated national structure that is going to influence government nationally, one and period. More like a professionalized, not even professionalized, more like fees must fall movement. A national coordinated structure of convocations is imminent and very important. So we're saying, President, continue and lead us from that national space. We commend it as graduates. But 2 colleagues, it's with regards to the chapters, their modus operandi or operations. We need to fully rebrand or rename the name chapter into a committee. Not from a condescending point of view,
but from a good governance point of view, so that we know into our committees are put there with terms of reference. We get a report in 3 months' time, what have you done or what are you trying to do, so that we don't have, as the committees, as a survey interest, their politics, to some extent petty politics. 3, Chair, is with regards to the interest, as kalangayo, as fonelwangayo by everyone, interest as this one. When you're getting explanation from people around this interest, kuthiwa it's Finance Act point of view, warawara. Yes, we agree with that. But also, ukurayithwa off kwamatyala, we think also ipa Finance Act point of view. So we need at least to get a more clarity around ukurayithwa amatyala after 5 years and so on and so on. So that ungakhethwa ezi zinto zisibethayo kuphela, singeva kakuhle kwezi that seeks to benefit us. Ndigqiba xa ndizohlala phantsi, Chair. Sicela clear measures okanye disciplinary committee mechanisms, not to chapters, but to convocation holistically, include the chapters, so that sigade le nto ine-decorum, singafumani umuntu epushuka, kuthiwa nanko ebhalela i-council, omnye nanko efonela uJarhana, nanko omnye efonela uNgcukaitobi, nje ngendlela engenasidima. So we need to dignify this thing. Thank you.
Is here? No. Is here, yeah. I'm left with 2 speakers now. It's this guy and Mko. It's this guy. Sure. Okay, colleagues, because Agana Mike, we will have to listen. All right. Attention, colleagues.
But yeah, proposals, I think 2. I think must reduce lendo to applications lendo convex. Sba screening about who want to contest positions. They must apply screen release any pool yabantu, so that when you arrive here, sizo elect abantu sebe screen where university or whatever the convex must do. That is number 1. Number 2, ticela kule party yamatyala. I think mhlambi nathi kufuneka siyiconsideration into yoba kufuneka siyithatheni a little bit of responsibility kule nto amatyala. Umzekelo, if singakhe si-create something like a policy mhlambi, us as graduates, ke sidonate noba yi-10 rand. A 10 rand would make a difference. Yabona, ukuncedisa ke mbapha kunongxowa convex. A 10 rand would make a difference. It's up to you as convex, but la 10 rand iyanzani siyenza sasi-allocate rand to students. Those are the 2 proposals that I can submit. Thank you very much.
Enkosi Chair, I think...
You're the last speaker on this round.
Yes, Chair.
I've
think
noted
the
all
first
of
part
you.
that I want to support is ustulo elendish. Yes, abanye bethu bazi graduates that are not that are unemployed, but abanye bethu kwalapha ngaphakathi are working. So let's take that responsibility as a first case. I think on the issue of debt, I have 3 points to raise. Obviously, on the issue of interest, amaqabane ininzi into eseleyiithethile. But I just wanted to put a picture. There is a story that I received while I was traveling to this site. Someone who made an arrangement with the institution, the debt was at around 45,000. This person, because he's not affording, but the arrangement is that this person must contribute 500 rands a month. But the debt, as we speak, is sitting at 50K, because the interest is beating what he or she is contributing. So that's the level in which I think the convex, when it's making its proposal to cancel, it must consider also working around the interests that are unbearable. Considering the fact that when we were applying for school, we did not know that we were going to incur interest. The second part, I think the issue of interest as well as the credit scores, I would want to submit that you create a committee that is going to look into it in terms of legalities, so that when we challenge it, we know all the prescripts that have been used for us to be here. The last part on the debt issue, we would like to propose that the Convocation makes it possible that it attends all government investment conferences, so that you can meet up and network with relevant stakeholders that can fund our challenges. On the question of curriculum development, as President mentioned it, and I think again in this very same venue, majority of us were product of this institution. We were taught a curriculum that we were not happy. Now that you are teaching that curriculum, we've got to ask ourselves, are we teaching what students are happy with? So that we begin to take responsibility. No one else is going to come with a new curriculum. It's ourselves. What is it that we are doing when we keep complaining about a wrong curriculum? So let's take responsibility on the issue of curriculum as graduates of these institutions. Whether you are working at TUSU or you are working in any other platform, if you are capacitated to develop a curriculum, let's work on doing that. Now, on the question of leadership, the last
30 seconds.
Please, that 30 seconds will be enough. I think let's first deal with an awareness, so that if you see yourself as so that you do not qualify, you won't even come to bother us with the issue of positions. The second one, I want to make a quick example on the generation versus quality. The outgoing chapter, yes, implicating problems there, generation. We had, I will call these names, we had lobbied people like the Chief Justice, but the question of generation crashed that away. We had lobbied a serious number of faces that could have assisted us. Look at Mandisa Maya now, she's the Chief Justice, but was rejected by a hall full of generational people discussions. I think now we would have had a clear program and getting easier when we try to work with the businesses. Now, the last point that I want to support that was raised. If this outgoing leadership did not do a report in this platform, they do not deserve to do a handover to anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, nizawuphakamisa izandla aba bebeziphakamisile kuphela. No new hands, please. And if you think your points have been covered, really there's no harm in not rising. If your point has been covered, you really don't have to repeat yourself. Okay, because I see a lady. Ladies have not spoken a lot, so I'll give her first. You will be number one. I won't come to you, Mzi. I'll come back here. The guy, yeah, you are number two. Please remember your number. Sisi, I said you are number one. You are number two for it. There's a light here. Hey, you are number three and number four. At the back, them for it. You are number five. Mzi, you will be the last. 6. What done this side? Oh, I can give you. You will be the last one. You are 7. What done? 2 minutes is enough. The points have been covered. You bring your own. Don't say I want to put a finger on for emphasis. A finger of emphasis has been put. Sis.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to appreciate his speeches and President, and also to say that I've been captured by previous speakers on my points that I was to raise here. But now there's a pilot, this pilot phase that you guys are in clearing the debts of the graduates. When the President mentioned it, what came to my mind was like, I wonder what criteria they're going to use in terms of actually identifying who's going to be on the pilot phase. But then I thought, since there is this marathon, like the half marathon that we normally have, maybe we could use that platform to actually like see who can be used during the pilot stage of this program of trying to clear graduate debts, so that if maybe you say you're taking 150 people who go, like it's going to be a matter of encouraging all the convocants to be part of that race, so that if you do not participate in that race, you know that you might be used in the pilot stage should there be space remaining, but priority be given to those who are going to attend that race. So that's what I thought. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Without wasting any time, I think let us welcome the presentation by the President. But I think the President made mention of something that is very critical, a link between the debt, unemployment, and the curriculum. Most of the time we often try to heal or to cure the symptoms rather than the root cause. What I'm trying to say is that this problem does not only start here, the issue of curriculum. It starts as far as the basic education. That's why we need to start discussing it. Because prior or Mr. Tseki, so 100%, they choose the soft subjects so that we can continue with 100%. So we need to start that discussion at that level. Secondly, we also need to be realistic that beyond Lendo, the unemployment, it's people, beyond these statistics, and also as we speak to the issue of the curriculum, we need to say that, does it really speak to the need of our province? Because Eastern Cape is the only province in this country that has got a coastal belt of about 800 kilometers. But we don't understand why our own institution does not have maritime studies. Why it does not have, because Eastern Cape too is a province that is strong in agriculture, but we don't understand why our own institution does not have a faculty of agriculture, so that it responds to the needs, because you will continue producing graduates that do not speak to the needs of the province. 3, Organic needs. I just want to advise the leadership that we need to tap in that space of the automotive sector, because Eastern Cape, I think the first car in this country was produced in the Eastern Cape. Number 2, VW this year is turning 75 years. And if you look, you zoom in, because we have VW, we have Mercedes-Benz, we have BAIC. If you look at these institutions, all of these institutions, when you zoom in, the labor production, they are getting it from either us, your TVET sector, and Nelson Mandela. In terms of the institutions that offer mechanical engineering, it's NMU and WUSU own. Now, it's to say that we contribute to their labor production. So we need to get closer to that space and ensure that we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
As a university, we have a burden of financial instability. Hence, the university today is unable to clear our debts, is unable to pay even the university workers. Such as I know by homework 80, all of us as a university alumni, we have a duty to go and look for funders who can rescue us from this burden. Now, when he said so, something triggered out of my mind to say, no man, back then on the students here. We had a category of students who are known as international students. Aba bantu bafika bafunda hapa, bagraduate, bagotuka bagotukayo, abanye basekho. But if that is the case, might be more about but they continue to be the WUSU graduates. Now, it proposal due to the fact that president, someone is the president of the other presidents, has manipulated the system party. So that's why. Let's add these chapters, and this next chapter goes in by province to 9. It's been an international chapter. Yes. Good. Now that President, the second President, Baba Sisulu to broaden ourselves so that our university as well could be known even outside the country. Second, university is not only in South Africa. Here, all of us seated here, Siyayazi kwi-University of Canada, azange saye Canada. Siyayazi kwi-University eNew York, azange saye New York. It means, how did we know that? It means as a university, who brand such university across the globe. Why have universities of South Africa using such international chapter, it will make our university to be known even outside the country. How from different countries, how are they going to meet? What a new normal, they are going to set the short sessions. How are they going to elect the structure? Okay, if how are they going to elect the structure, they will use online to elect the structure. And then, how to even there was a state sitting outside, must have a global funders as part, Cebu has a fund university.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues,
I think I will put it on my understanding.
Yeah, I've just been alerted. Sorry, Mngani, I've just been alerted that Zugo is the last person to speak without a mic because the guys are streaming there. So for those who are watching us from wherever they are, this mic is important.
Yes, thank you. So what I'm saying is that each chapter is a link between the graduates of the particular institution to working environment. Big companies, school, every corner, you talk about the graduates. Bible man, up I have these people, can you make them intense? That's your duty. Cook by link, you make sure you track as graduates, last corner. Are they working? Do they have employment? Up with corner. When say you see we office corner, but we are a chapter. Now the question is, Lonus elector who's up. The person of faculty and of KFC is going to be able to do that? The answer is no, because interest and us easy so easy. There's a portfolio that that's where we are losing Tina as chapter 8. Having people about producing about we're supposed to know companies, FNB, we have interns, I don't have interns, I do have interns. That's the duty of each chapter, to make sure that I graduate engazupangela ukona. But the answer is no. I got them 5 years ephangela. But we're here to make sure that graduates go and get employed. Thank you.
Gostipi. Ndifuna uqala kule ndawo lenkokheli thetha ngayo. We have said in the previous convocations, in essence, the non-elective ones, because they are more productive, we have a very small number. We said in Komani, let us make a database where we can be able to trace our graduates, where we know who's employed, who's unemployed, so that the institution, now it's good that we also have the Alumni Relations Office. That task must be taken forward, that we have a database of all graduates of this institution, where we know where you are, what are you doing, what can we assist you with. We have electors here that have been assisting our students with their business endeavors. We now have other centers that have been created in these campuses that also assist in these endeavors of businesses. Let us also take the internal processes and bring them to our alumni. The second thing that I want to say, we always cry about getting people to come and fund us. The institution have a financial department. You will find that there are bursary officers. They are administering bursaries that are coming inside the institution. We don't have any bursary scouts. I think as they are rebranding, they must also rebrand the iconogram of this university to have bursary scouts that are going to go outside and make sure that we get bursaries. In all institutions that are dominantly, their students are always funded by bursaries, there are people that are scouting bursaries. We might not have that time as a convocation or as a chapter to go and seek for such funding. But if the university is deliberate and push to make that endeavor, we should be able to diagnose this problem now. But one of the critical problems that we need to deal with them urgently is the issue of interest rate that comes with arrays. Some of us, we never sign anything with this institution. We never acknowledge any debt. We just left the debt here. So I know that since this year, the acknowledgement of debt document, it tells you that you will have an interest on your debt. So you're acknowledging that. So are those individuals are bound by law to respect the agreement that they have with the university? Those who didn't have such an agreement, the university must not do that. But we need to change this thing of policies that are adopted and affecting a large number of us without being consulted by this institution, President. It's important that that thing must be revisited. Probably before Morgan leaves this institution, we should fix that problem. Another aspect that I wanted to talk about, this parasitic tendency of wanting positions. Comrades like to enjoy hegemony. I normally say, leadership can be known and be seen without a position. If you think you can bring a funding in this university, start scouting bursaries, scouting funding now as just a mere alumni in a space that you are, and bring it here. When you are campaigning, you say that I've already bring 10 funders in this university to clear debt of students.
Thank
and
you.
not promise that you will be able to do it.
Thank you.
We will do that at church. Okay.
Uba khona into esotayo usinyengezele ecaleni.
Ngosi Chair. Mbake Chair, you were strategic enough to say I will speak last, so that the speakers I counted, they took 15 minutes, so the remaining 5 minutes is mine. On a lighter note, Chair. Firstly, Chair, I don't know, nobody you did it deliberately now when you were introducing the leadership. You didn't tell us who are these chapter members. Can we know them? Whether they are here or not. We want to see. The reason why I'm saying that, you know, Comrade President, there's a good English that I will say for the first time I see it happening. When people, they say history will judge you very harshly for the decision you make. Decisions that we made in East London about this chapter, we are being judged now to have a leadership that cannot even come to deliver the report after they've done so many, given so many serious responsibilities. So I'm saying we must look into that, Chair. Chair, I cannot not mention this, which you've also mentioned, to say there is a group of WUSU alumni who are dedicated and make it every day, or their business, that they wake up and attack WSU in the social media. And if colleagues, we don't talk about that, that is a direct attack, and it does not only destroy the institution, it destroys the future, even those who will come after us. No one would look at WUSU the same way. Even when it's trying to repent, some of us, we have been even unpopular in social media because we took a stand that let's go and defend, even if it needs that we must swim in the mud with pigs. Let's do that so that we'll rescue the name of the institution. I think we should also take it our business that starting from today, colleagues, we defend that. But let me move away with those. Quickly, President. The Itala leadership, you presented, or you've made very progressive programs in the past few years. Amongst others, it was the issue of debt clearance, Galadina, and whatsoever. And those, there were sitters who came and donated to this issue. I want you to engage further on that, tweak on the agreement that you had, to say, how about at least we have a memorandum of understanding with you, be annually or 5 years, so that the donations, it can be something that is continuous. Of course, they've got their own interest when it comes to the institution. They of course declared, because those are the business interest legit ones. So can you revisit, because I will not ask back.
You have 10 seconds.
Yes, hey, Chair, okay. The last one, Chair. The institution is not just a rebranding, Chair. There are also strategic initiatives, such as the issue of the business enterprise that is being proposed now by the institution. No, this is what I want the convex to move for in their submission to council again. To say, amongst other things that we've done in the terms of infrastructure, we spent more than $1 billion in infrastructure alone. So we must have a clause that says whatever service provider is going to provide service in the institution, certain percent should contribute to the debt clearance. That should be clear. Classes or teachers building lamagama and whatever, as service providers are certain percentage must contribute to the debt clearance. I will go further and further. I've got a lot of ideas, it's just that the time we are competing with it. Thank you very much.
The last speaker.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Disukuma nje nokukhuza umoya. This thing of making a convex into yamawethu is really needs to come to an end. Because apha xa sizokonyula abantu esizobanyula, we expect to be people abane relations ne departments, abantu abangazujonga only South Africa, esizobathuma nase China, where they are already industrializing phayana, sebephambili vele ngokwe-technology, ngokwezimali, nathi singamawethu siyavuma. But you cannot say you are deploying Amanda just because they be active with SASCO, ecela imali kwi-service providers. Asidlala apha. We need abantu esibanyula kwi-chapters, abantu esizobanyula kwi-convex, ngabantu esibaziyo uba bazawubaleka nalento esithethayo. Apha sithetha nge-1.1 billions. Asidingi 500 apha. We cannot sonyule abantu abazobuya bathi let's contribute 10 rand whilst we are tasking them to go and look for that money. Sonyula nje it's because the 10 rand asinayo. We need people who are going. We need people abazobaleka nalento, not only in South Africa. Kuzo zonke departments ezikhona apha eSouth Africa babaleke nayo babheke nayo eChina babuya bethi comrades noko it's not a billion but at least we have a million. So this thing is not about playing, comrades. Ayayonto yokutesta amandla lena. Even imibutho xa izaligna funa ibomba si aligna nenkokheli ene credentials apha, inkokheli ezoba ne relations. And then lastly, I just want to say, in the midst of us, who are saying that we want to be a debt-free, my jongo net development graduates. My iphele into yobana kukho abantu abazoba student assistant 5 years. Oko kwakuqeshwe department in umuntu engowalapha eWalter Sisulu. Unayo ne-PhD from undergraduate to PhD, but xa kufika izinto akabonelelwa. We are sick and tired of that thing that is happening with faculties now, with departments. Abantu abafunde apha, when opportunities come, they should be the first people to be considered, especially if they are graduates. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, colleagues. Well, we've come to an end of discussions. You see why I was emphasizing that there's a lot of intellectual depth here. This is what we're looking for, and we thank you very much, colleagues. But I hope sisi xa uthetha ngobukhawu uthethi ngam no PK. Kuloo nto uthetha ngayo apha. I don't think even people who elected us knew that we're from Gapa Ngasemakhaya. It just happened. But thank you very much for that contribution and those contributions, and all of you colleagues. All of you have made very important contributions. I can assure you of that. I've noted each and every one of them because they are that important. You know, sometimes as leaders, we are so arrogant to think that we possess a kind of wisdom that enables us to know even things we do not know. There is no way that 7 of us have got foot, eyes, brains everywhere. More than all of you. We're just a mouthpiece of all of you. It's not because we're better that we're here. That is why from time to time we must meet and engage and get contributions from you. We appreciate those very much. And I think I would respond only to one or two and allow my convex executive to come forward to have a take on some of your contributions. But one point that keeps creeping up is this one of student debt and the interest. And I agree with the submissions that maybe something more drastic needs to be done there. Maybe we need a committee to look at the legality of it. Did you sign any interest? Is it there in the prospectus maybe that says the debt will incur interest? Because I do not think that a debt is supposed to come into play automatically. It has to be a product of an agreement. But also, we need to look at, maybe we can run through a list of debts and see some of them might have prescribed and all of that. If some prescribe, if have not. Just basically, we need a committee that is we must assemble a committee to look into this more deeply. And maybe we may be able to do away with the interest especially. I'm not too sure about the prescription of the student debt. We'll have to look at it. Another thing, my thought is escaping me now. There's something I was thinking about also that we may have to look at as well, as far as this is concerned. I will remember it because I'll still come after my convex. Yeah, but we will definitely assemble a committee. It's the point about the legality of withholding certificates. But I think there've been court cases where people try to take a university to court for withholding their certificate, and that mostly those cases are decided on contractual basis. The constitutional leg of it has not really been properly explored. They simply say that because you have an agreement, when you have got an agreement, for you to enforce an agreement, you must have acted your part of the bargain. Your part of the bargain in this situation would be you paying the debt for you to be able to claim the right to receive the certificate. If you look at it purely on contractual basis, it might not, but there is a constitutional leg to it that has not been properly explored. Maybe we may need legal opinion on this and see what we can do. Those are some of the issues that we may need to pursue. Otherwise, colleagues from Convex, you'll come, and then after all of you, President will come, and then I'll continue with the meeting. Whoever comes, let's come forward. You can come one by one, all of you, or whatever. Where's PK? Okay. The mic is yours.
Thanks very much, DP. And good afternoon, colleagues. I will touch on the issue of the interest. I think it's one of the burning issues that was tabled by the speakers. I want to promise you, as we speak here, that the President, as the mouthpiece of Convex, has already tabled that complaint to the Council. And the proposal is that the Council must freeze this 8% thing of interest rate. So we're hoping that we'll get a positive response from the council. Just Lenda, I think it's because he highlighted the element of politics as funa creeper zizame deviate le nto esifuna achieve convex or convocation. And I want to reiterate what has been alluded on by the president, that ukufela kokureport by the previous structure is a serious disgrace. Because I can't be able to report. That's why I've been there. One of the meetings, visually, I also indicated that they will report nothing. And they were furious. So in the structure song as a contributor, because we're dealing with a delicate matter here of graduates that are unemployed, others are committing suicide as we speak because of depression. And the principles as when they employ, they must prioritize those who studied from WUSU. So I wanted just to submit that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. And this was introduced because I think ODP already did that. But I'll just share one element about myself. I'm in business. And having to come here before touching on submissions, I'm actually quite saddened that none of the contributions touched on entrepreneurship. We keep okay. Kodwa ke colleagues, graduates, we need to look at the entrepreneurship component when it comes to advancing and empowering the graduate. Bayandas, nalapha ku-executive, sometimes I always sound like I'm a bit biased because it's a space that I'm in, but I always say, one, we give the certificate to the graduate, but sithi makathini ngesa certificate, we need to develop that skills development. But now, omnye is not really even, built for, is meant to be a job creator. So we need to, speak on the entrepreneurship concept when it comes to graduates and advancing. In March, we went to Kimberley, wherein U President became the president of presidents for all universities. And we also touched on that. And when we were doing commissions there, benchmarking, we learned that some universities have actually infused entrepreneurship in each and every course. Whether you are doing medicine, whether you're doing your engineering and all of that, they do entrepreneurship. So that if plan A does not work, then you look at plan B, because at least you've got the fundamentals and the foundation of entrepreneurship. So, I'm really saddened that we didn't touch on entrepreneurship because it affects us. Kukoni graduates, nyan ezidinga, sem, funding, asuke, akashabanya balapa in this room. So we need to look into that. Some of these submissions that were shared here are not new to us. Possibly in the annual AGM year executive, which is going to be in June, July. But this one was for the chapter. So we're just going to capture and then izinto. TG touched on the debt collection, the implications and interest. Our president sits in council as well, and he has already raised that to council to say we need to look into that matter. Skills development as well. We do have a unit in the institution called Work Integrated Learning. and International Relations led by Mr. Bai. That office looks into those MOUs and the partnerships to ensure that they reskill, they put graduates to programs that are going to help in advancing. It's something that we're also very deliberate in our previous strat plan to say we need to really strengthen relations with that unit. We set a meeting last week with UMCD with regards to the rebranding project because it affects us, all of us in this room. That being Convocation and Alumni Regalia. And I'm aware that there's been some changes there was a speaker that spoke to Indoye Gowns, Regalia, we're going to graduation, they don't know what's happening. I think Icekwanzalbeka Registrar's Division, because that's the unit that deals with Indwe Dibansa ne graduation. They know the colors. They did present to us to say this is going to be for honors, for masters, undergrad and all of that. So I think Registrar's Division, Mr. Baha Uqobongena, maybe he can also touch on that in terms of availing the information to graduates so that bayazi into yobana ngaba bathenga ntoni going to the imminent graduation ceremonies. And then business lobbying has already started. I want to confirm that. One contribution was speaking on the fact that we need to start with the internal benefactors or beneficiaries, business beneficiaries, institution, in some of our programs, we do actually get contributions from them. So I want to confirm that, but itilando, we need to do more. I'll make an example, go Adapt IT. Adapt IT is the company that the institution gets EITS, the system, yonke, ye institution from. And I'm not gonna lie, Shem, Sazama in most of our programs to say we need assistance there and there, and in some of our fundraising, and they're always present. But we just need to widen scope in terms of these businesses that are benefiting. I mean, there's some that are in transport. We've got buses that are taking graduates, students, postgrads, students to campuses, and they're benefiting from the economy and the value chain of, the institution. So we need to have them contribute. So in the supported there needs to be a percentage that is a clause to, even if it's 1%, because 1% where contract mhlambi ye 24 million, guys, you can imagine. It can do a lot for graduates. So most of the, I'm not going to waste any time. Most of these contributions will capture, and possibly AGM yetu in June, July will be able to answer. We are working closely with the advancement unit of the institution to ensure that we do get all of these donors, because there is a database that is in the institution. Zikwazi nathi usincedisa kule cause. So I'll end there just for now without wasting any time. Is that press?
Thank you so much. So alumni, director alumni, ukona ula. Mhlawumbe ndiyamqubula noba 2 minutes. Aphendule nje kwezi zinto ndiyaba ndimqubule naye completely. It's a total ambush. Nami ndake nda-ambushwa ndikwenye indawo. So xa uyilida funeka uhlale usemcimbini. Ingqondo funeka ibe sharper. So la office ka director alumni inga responda kwezi questions zo build a database. Mhlawumbe upe just even a minute to say the building of the database, where is it, and maybe to the question that Veli raises in terms of the database of the unemployed in particular, whether it's something you can work on for us, because obviously Convocation does not stay at Walter Sisulu. That's why we asked for that office to exist. So I will ask the director to say a few words on this particular question of the database and how you can assist in responding to the questions of unemployed graduates, building that database, tracking graduates, and so on, even if it's just for 2 minutes before I go on. Secondly, you can come now in the meantime, Director. The DD is going to answer another question. So you see, the nice thing about being a leader is that you don't have to answer everything. So the DD is going to answer the particular question, because it bothers us as well that the university has rebranded. A month down the line, in fact, in less than 28 days, there will be a graduation. We don't know our own regalia. Maybe now they have seen it because we've asked Sandy to go and look for this thing. What is this thing we are going to wear there? So it's important. Mna kanti ngomntu andikwazi ukuthetha into benifihla amakhuba kulenye. So ifuna le question iphendulwe le yale regalia, because it's going to be everybody's problem when the graduation comes. Abantu bezimela ngebureaucracy. Kuzawubakho ingxaki yethu sonke laa nto. So the DD is here, fortunately. He can address the question. He can allay our fears, because I don't know the answer to your question. And ordinarily, it shouldn't be like that. It should not be that we stand here and look foolish. You understand the point? It should be like that. The university should have told us a long time ago. It should have been a long time ago, so that we don't look stupid here. Now we do. But thankfully, that office is here to make us look less stupid. Please answer this question.
Yeah, no, thanks, President. Unfortunately, I won't be responding to the regalia. Yeah, exactly. Just a quick one. The issue of data, we have observed that it has been a historical crisis. We currently have more than 140 graduates at WSU. So there is a system we were using which is called DevMan, but it does not demonstrate the efficacy of users for DevMan. So the classification of data does not get to be segmented according to population yobabantu baphi, benza ntoni, baqashiwe baqashwanga. So last week we had a meeting with the registrar's office and Adapt IT. Yes, so there is a new system we are currently going to explore. That one will have a profile kaSandiso. Sandiso uphi, uqeshiwa kaqeshwanga, and which province in particular are you residing in. There are also bureaucratic challenges on this, which relates to POPIA Act. Do you want employers to know that you are unemployed? Do you want us to disclose publicly that you are unemployed? So there will be consent processes that will be issued to graduates to confirm if they are comfortable with their names being published as unemployed graduates or not. So that is how far we are. It's a systematic error. So we said we rather do things correctly than to do it fast, because we are not measured by the quickness of what we do, but how good do we do it. So I think that's how far we are. And we are going then to make sure that these the coming graduates, when they access their tickets, they also update their information. Because what we have also struggled with, we recently got 20 million. We were given names of people to look for and distribute funds. When we called people on the numbers we have on the system, they are not working. 1.1 million went back to the SETA because of data. So also on the website, there is a link that says update your information. So that is very important, so that in terms of opportunities, internships, we are able to send correct information to correct people. Then lastly on this part is that the data, we have also contacted Home Affairs, because we have data of people who we do not even know that they are still alive or dead. So we will need a data system that will give an indication whether these people are still alive or they are dead, so that the efficacy of communication, we don't just communicate and assume people are receiving information only to find out that they're deceased. So I think that is how far I can go on the issue of data. Then, President, quickly on curriculum, because fortunately I was here. There were issues raised about ocean economy and the location of our diaspora as a university. Currently, we have developed as a university what we call signature themes, distinguished characters of the university, in which we want to be known of locally and globally. Food futures and agriculture is part of those signature themes. Justice, governance, and leadership are also part of those. Then the last one is One Health. What then does this mean is that the implications is that our programs will have to directly speak and respond to those signature themes. We will not continue creating programs that makes our graduates to be stagnant. So we must be prepared for change. Because if we continue, for example, producing graduates for human resource management, once we realize that the system does not create opportunities for human resource management, it means we'll have to stop and divest means for curriculum and programs that are relevant to the current discourse. So I just felt that I should also touch on that. Thank you so much.
Enkosi kakhulu ku Mr. Mbongo. Uyabona ukuxoxa into ezinomhluzi. Ukuxoxa izinto ezinomhluzi. Uba apho uzovota qha unengxaki enkulu. Hayi unesingxaki enkulu. Andifuna ukugqatha ingxaki enkulu kakhulu. Uyayibona iWalter Sisulu uba iproduce i-intellectuals. Ompondo zihlanjiwe kwethini. That's why colleagues, and I'm responding specifically to the point of leadership that you've raised. When you are a graduate of Walter Sisulu, you must never accept mediocrity. Let me repeat this thing. When you are a graduate of Walter Sisulu, particularly when you are Walter Sisulu Convocation, so yamkela mediocrity. Because inkokeli zifana nabantu abazenyulileyo. Londo inkokeli iyo ichaza lento nawe uvotayo uyiyo. Buvotele mediocrity uyiyo nawe. Because uza expecta njani into engcono. Kodwa wena uthatha izigqibo zemediocre. iWalter Sisulu ine-intellectuals uyaziva nawe ziyathetha futhi khange zistende nostenda ezinye kwezi zithetha ezinye ziyastenda but khange zithethe ezinye khange zistenda but uyaziva bangabantu abanomhluza. Le university ke yakhiwe ngabo bantu banomhluzi. Le marathon siyirana annually yayiproposwe apha qha neseniyilibele kuba kwakuvotwa nangalamini. Kukho inkokele yaphakamayo ngalamini yathi yekani igaladina zodwa. Kanicinge nezinye izinto yabiza igama le marathon. Kwasa, kwahlwa, kwaxa kusayo kwakho marathon. Sanga thina sithi sihlela unyanisile uDeputy President. Sanga thina sike sicinge into ya marathon thina. Into qha indlebe zethu ziyasebenza noko. Which is what leadership must be about. So belifuna uyicinezela lento kuba point of serious concern across the board. Lender interest rates, I think, kumandi ubana abantu abazazi izinto ongazaziyo. uDeputy President yi-advocate. Umandashe yi-Doctor of Philosophy. Lawyer, advocate. Yeah. Law. Wow, ndiyanazi ke nata umandashe uphakamile. And niyazazi niyaxoxa. Urhubela ligqwetha fundele lonto mna ndiyifundelanga lonto nani niyivile impendulo yakhe bakanga apolitike apha uthe uvela umthetho into abakanene uthini kule ndithethwa apha yiyo le nto ingadingekiyo imediocrity kwi-leadership is because xa kukho ii-issues awuzoraise i-rhetoric funeka kube kuraise i-substance i-challenge le nto xa uvotelwe i-clown kubuzwa nge-interest uyabo kwakwenzeka ntoni. So the issue of the interest rates, colleagues, has been raised. Uchilo tiji, ayibane ngxamile zinkokheli niphume ngomnyaka, niphume nkokheli yam bungxamile. Siba imicimbi nemhluzi ngoku. So ngoku Lendo interest rates, uchilo TG, what ipam kwe council. Sayisa pam kwe council. The argument was very clear. It is a deeply flawed proposal to charge interest rate. The answer ye management ye university was that, xa ikutshaja i-interest rate, yenzela into yoba uze usoyika ugrogrisekile uzobhatala. Impendulo lesasiyinikwe yi-management. Sathi ke thina ke xa kunjalo kutheni bengekezi abantu begrogrisekile bezobhatala. Ilogic kaloku. So kwabonakala uba iyephuka ilogic. Kodwa ke le matter needs a serious consideration. The office of the CFO will have to sit and revisit it. We raised this issue, I think, last year, shortly after our election, because council set in July or August, I can't recall. But the matter is already before council. But now you have to understand, we are now in a multi-frontal strategy. At council, we're also raising this other issue, loan repayment framework. So, lando ke xa ukwi-negotiation ke iba nazo ii-challenges zayo, iba dynamic, because xa unegotiate ufuna into ezininzi ngexesha elinye. Uba ne-challenge uba ungazifumani zonke, ibe khona oyiluzayo. But it's a matter that is already before council, and I'm hoping that when we meet next week, when council meets next week, which is where we also sit, we will raise the matter again. The thing about insourcing of services. Now, this is a matter we have fundamentally raised at council. This one, we've been raising it for 3 years. We've raised insourcing not only about catering, but we've raised insourcing as a fundamental issue of justice. That ibuhlungu into yobona abantu abadala bengenayo ne-provident fund bechuchiswa ko-red alert nezi private companies. Sibenza izigculela. Bagule umuntu agulele kuba uvuka zoklina apha every day. Agule ayobhubha. Afe njengenja. La private company beyifumene millions of rand. This is a call that all thinking serious individuals must support. That it is wrong for workers to be treated in an unjust fashion, in the manner that it happens. And not only here, but everywhere at universities. It's very wrong. So this is a matter that we also raise. Irregular convocation, we have made a point, I think Sandy would have raised this in the meeting. We don't want irregular university, your convocation. Iphathwe kwenye izawufuneka iphathwe sithi nala office ka-alumni. Ukwenzela uba xa uthenga iblazer kwangaxeshanye ube usenza i-contribution kule fund ye-graduate clearance. I-portion yayo iye phaa. Ingalahleki le mali. So imali ingaphumi, simple economics ke le, imali funeka i-circulate around ukuze i-value yayo ikhule. So that's our position on this matter. Some of the things about the raising issues at a national level, we've already, we had met with the minister on the 6th and 7th, 6th and 7th of March. We had invited the minister, we had invited the chairperson of the portfolio committee, which does oversight on government and on higher education in terms of the Higher Education Act. The minister raised 2 concerns which we must worry about ourselves. This was, one of them was related to the sitters. We were concerned to raise issues there about the sitters to do more funding, just like one of the speakers suggested here. And the minister cautioned that in terms of the law and policy, it shouldn't have been happening in that way. But he was not saying it should stop, but he was saying it should be happening in that way. That sitters are meant specifically for skills development. And then another leader raised the question of skills development here and talked about the Department of Employment and Labor, which is a critical point. The issue, colleagues, is very important. I think we've decided to build a business desk in the executive so that the business desk can handle these questions. These questions can become sophisticated because different government agencies do different things. So we need someone at convex level who's going to focus on this matter. But to go back to DP's point earlier, we also need DP, the Walter Sisulu University, but specifically Walter Sisulu Convocation members who are lawyers, to help us on this thing of the interest in legal terms, in constitutional terms, to sit as Walter Sisulu, so that this thing is not a point that was raised here, a resolution, but the DP is here, he's going to lead that process, to assemble lawyers to deal with this matter. We have already submitted to the convocations across the country a 55-page report on the state of student debt and graduate debt across the country. One of the things we've questioned there is the constitutionality, not the contract, not the contract you sign, because a contract can be signed and it can be illegal, but the constitutionality of keeping a certificate. In basic education, there's already, there's already a strong view from the legal perspective that schools cannot keep reports of learners in basic education. And that is, DP, I believe, is a constitutional ruling, not a contractual ruling. It's a schools, it's SASA, the SASA, South African Schools Act of 1996. Yandivanam. So here, so law process, the DP is going to take that process up on our behalf. He is here, he's headed, he's going to lead it. Finally, on the criteria, I think there was a point about the criteria. The criteria itself, colleagues, is predetermined by the agreement. The agreement is going to say, if you owe the university 10,000 and 100,000, you fall within the first pilot. It's going to say so. In other words, it's going to say, if you come and say, allow me 30,000, ndifunde apha Walter Sisulu, ngo ndifuna ulibhatala. But ke ndiyibone kukho le program, le convocation project. You get in. Ubukhawuleza wafika, you get in. We've got a list of 9,000 graduates, I think from the registrar's perspective. Mr. Bacha, I think we still have that list from the registrar's position. So we've got 9,000 people already who had participated in the previous AGM. So we've got their contacts. We will communicate via that platform. We will ask the alumni office to communicate via their platform. We will ask the chapter to be elected to communicate via the platform. Abantu babuild WhatsApp groups xa kuzaba kwi-AGM emveni koko behlukane because bafuna uyuzana nje for AGM. So ningayuzani for AGM, nizigcine eza groups zizocommunicate izinto ezibalulekileyo esizawubenefita sonke kuzo. That's my plea to you. With that being said, DP, I think other things have been covered, but the DG can respond to the specific question around the regalia if he is ready to help us in that regard.
Molweni. Kuvunyiwe ngapha, kuvunywa ngapha nangapha ya molweni. Ninjani? Ndiyaphila niqunjiswe ile regalia nangandiphendule. Well, unfortunately, I don't have answers for you. President, umuntu angapha emampondweni ndiyawathanda lamagama okugrogriswa ugrogriseke uyorhuma imali ye-university. Guys, mhlambi masiqale kule ndawo. We have a problem as the university. I think in the past years, Batches in Grahamstown was the sole provider of academic gowns. Right? But we've seen mushrooming of, those small entities of business who unfortunately would produce colors that are different from the colors of the institution. Now, if you see the brand itself, I think we have about 8 colors, if ndibala kakuhle phaya. The reason why these colors remain concealed for now. Bakhona abantu abagraduateayo anikaziboni izibhilivana zenu ezinixelele uba nithenga phi. It's the House of Graduates in Durban. The colors. Abayaz? Kubani ongayaziyo? Akwaziwa House of Graduate. Okay. I know we House of Graduates is in Durban. That's one. It's either because Gondandi graduate and Funde apha Eastern Cape Technikon go 1994. Goke and graduate ndamkhangela as kwi phone book. Ayingabi ku Google ngela xesha kwi phone book batches in Grahamstown. Ndangena emotweni yakwatata uBharha ndatshona khona. Futhi ndihamba ndedwa. House of Graduates is a new company that has won the tender at WSU to render this service. It's in Durban. Right? Bayazazi colors, because the colors zihamba ne-faculties, faculty or graduate kuyo. Okay, so it remains concealed, colleagues, unfortunately, but those who are graduating, they know exactly what they will be graduating with, and the colors will remain concealed. Uzayibona wena mntu ugradeayo. Unfortunately. So andina mandate yokuzo reveal concealed information here, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take a short break. I don't know, people, looks like people have got questions on this. Colleagues. No, colleagues. Mr. Bharha will not have the questions. Remember, we are only hijacking him. He came here to facilitate elections from the registrar's office. And he has got no mandate to speak on this, but he's giving us as far as he can. Really as far as he can. So I will not allow questions, unfortunately. Now, colleagues, all of you want to assist. You see these hands? All of you want to assist. So, Sandy has something to add because she was also in this regalia rebranding session where they were being briefed. Maybe he's got something to say. I will allow, colleagues, I'm not going to allow you to speak on this regalia thing because Mr. Bharha says he cannot answer further than what he has said. You don't have a question on that? Okay, you will come. Let's send the speak and then you will come. You will come, both of you. It's fine. Yeah.
MCG and the Registrar's Division, Masimzise, House of Graduates.
In Eastern Cape. Okay, colleagues, please. Yeah, I've already said I'll give both of you, so you don't have to raise your hands, colleagues. I've noted you.
From a business perspective, they
Yes.
need to come to their client. Because I remember
Oh, okay. Where's the mic?
Okay,
I'm hoping that ndizayibekela hlobo laqala ngobe ndibetha ubushop steward. I was suggesting to the room that House of Graduates, the challenge again ngoku executive layer convocation, office ka registrar, including marketing division, into yobana ngaba masimziseni House of Graduates, umeya ungomso. So from a business perspective, they need to come to the client. I do remember that at our time of graduating, ubetches waisuke Grahamstown, Mr. B. Yes, not everyone is actually fortunate to actually go to Grahamstown and go and choose irregalia and all of that. So ubetches waesiza, even days before, abe available the different locations of the graduation. So ndiyacela colleagues sivale le matter ndiyayibona into yoba inokuhlukuhla okuthile sizayihoya and izakwenzeka. Ndichilo nje izakwenzeka.
Sure. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, as I have said, Chair, we're not going to question, but to comment based on the information that was just brought by you, Mr. Bach. And I think we must be consistent in whatever thing that we're doing. Because most of us have been speaking about unemployed graduates and everything. Myself, I would have seen an opportunity for the university in this thing of rebranding and creating new regalias to employ its own product. We have a program here called fashion design. Why do we have to move around establishing expensive tender processes for individuals and say they must come and sell this thing for 7,000 people? Yet amongst those 7,000 of students who will be graduating now, there's this number of students who are graduating fashion design. That the university is not demonstrating to have confidence on those students. So we must be consistent in our discussion that, Chair, we critique even the question of the university having to say it decides to go to a tender with this process. And we must put it correct that. Yes, we must put it correct, Chair, that I'm lending, Chair. There are departments of alumni relations and everything. Those departments, they can be, including MCD, they must be capacitated enough to say the university is going to employ its graduates to design and produce these graduation outfits and any regalia that the university is using. My produce yiyo iphinde isetyenziswe kwayo not uba siyoyenzelwa ngucomrade okude for uba makabhenefithise abantu abathile then ibuye kuzothiwa makazobhenefithisa sonke. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Deputy President, I'm saying, Mr. Baha, we respect our Deputy Director very much. We will never disrespect him. We will never howl him. However, he was protected by the person who was raising this matter to say, don't tell us about how the hood looks and all that. We just want the color panel of the gown. Because some of us are having these ones that now they are phasing out. We always give those things to people. We're not going to be able to give to anyone this time around if we don't know what is happening. The risk that Mr. Baha, you are running in that office of registrar now and marketing, the sentiment to think that you are only protecting the opportunities or the opportunistic people who actually try to mimic the very same designs, you are going to have a very poorly attended graduation because some of these alumni, actually these graduates, they cannot afford to buy these things. Hence, some of us, we bought those things. Every year, we give people for free. Now we're asking this question so that we're able to assist in that. We're also asking this question so that we know what is it that we're going to buy if we have to buy that for anyone that we can be able to buy those things for. So it's important sometimes, at least, we're saying only this aspect, the gown, if we know what color is the gown, we know that that black gown, we must bury it or donate it in Zion. It's simple.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. Tell Alay Mike, I think it's better than this. Colleagues, thank you so much. I think let's take this resolution. The MCD or the Registrar's Department must communicate latest, let's say Wednesday. This is a resolution. They must communicate these details. One, do we keep the black gown? That is a very important information because you would only need a hood, for instance, if you don't. Two, Mr. Bacher has just told me that there was a plan already to bring House of Graduates. We must get information as to when is that going to happen. And this must happen by Wednesday, all of this information. Maybe Tuesday, let's say Tuesday. I think they can work on it Monday, then Tuesday they can publicly communicate, because in my own interaction also with graduates, I think there's been a lot of uncomfortable uncertainty when it comes to this thing of graduation regalia. So let's get that information. And they must communicate all the information that they can in relation to this regalia. But I also do not understand the secrecy around it, but maybe there's a reason. But they must communicate all the information that they can by Tuesday, so that graduates are put at ease in terms of what to expect and what to buy. Colleagues, can we please keep quiet? This is our Puma. Can you please keep quiet? Information. So let's say with information that it does not have now, it can't give us now, let's allow them until Tuesday to give us full detail in terms of this regalia. Do we keep the black? Do we only buy the hoods? For those who do have already, all of these details that he can't give us now, he must give us Tuesday. They must give us Tuesday. Yes, also the details of their coming. When are they coming to the province? Because really, Durban is not close, especially if, let's say, you are in PE. From PE to Durban, I think that's about 12 hours. From Cape Town is west. So Didi will give us further information that he might have, or has the mandate to communicate any other information, colleagues. I want to close it with this. Any other information that he can provide now, we're giving them until Tuesday to publicly communicate. It can publicly communicate or directly to the graduates, but those people who need this information the most, they must have it by Tuesday.
Thanks, DP. Colleagues, the black gown remains. No change there, right? Changes are in relation with the hood, because each faculty has its own colors. So that's where there will be a difference. Otherwise, the black gown remains. The motorboard, it's the same because it's the black motorboard. It only changes when you are doing a postgrad like your master's. Then we'll have a different color, up in lane. That's it. Okay? And then a day before the graduation, House of Graduates will be in each campus a day before the graduation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. That is the information. Okay, maybe I sense that maybe a day before graduation might not be comfortable with some. Maybe we may make a proposal to say they must come earlier. We can agree on that. I do not think there is a problem. We will make that communication. Okay, so this is what is going to happen now, colleagues. As you can see in our program, in our agenda. We've got to take a comfort break just for 5 minutes. And 5 minutes is 5 minutes, colleagues. This is not time for you to go and caucus. If you had not caucused enough, unfortunately. And then when we come back, just to remind you, colleagues, those with the pink tag, we go to that aisle. And everyone else who has got the green comes this side. And then we'll continue with elections. Otherwise, thank you so much, colleagues. I do not think there's much to say now. We'll deal with everything after elections. Thank you. 5 minutes. Strictly 5 minutes. Colleagues, let's get seated. Please. Thank you, Mvelo. Sit down. Sit down. It's time to sit down. Colleagues, you must take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. Let's sit down. Okay. Colleagues, yenzani, culani nihlale phansi madoda, please. Nihlale phansi. Xa ngaba ngabantu abapinki ngapha. If abekho abangapha, let's push them to the further side of that aisle. Then abanye ke ngoku ababagri. Colleagues, let's get seated so that we can sort out something. It looks like we're running out of seats, but we'll sort it. Can we first fill up these aisles, these two aisles? But that is for people with the green tag. Everyone with a green tag in these first two aisles, please. If uziyaphela, then we'll decide what to do. But everyone with a green tag here. Colleagues, can we move in fast, please? Can we move in fast? We need to finish this and go home. Everyone with a green tag in these two aisles. Let's get seated, colleagues. Let's get seated, please. Casper, can we sit down? Casper, can you occupy seats, my daughter, please? Let's occupy seats so that we see what's happening. And once we start voting, colleagues, once we start voting, we close registration. No one is going to register after that. It looks like we've run out of seats here. But can everyone sit down? Then we'll see. Sit down. It's okay, colleagues. Sit down. Everyone. We'll sort out the tax issue. Colleagues, can all of us there at the back occupy seats? No one must be on their feet. Colleagues, can you please find seats? Can we please find seats, colleagues, please? May I kindly ask colleagues, everyone with a pink tag to come to the front. There are still seats there. Everyone with a pink tag, please come to the front seats. We have a situation we did not anticipate that we might have this. I don't know what happened to the pink tags because there were a lot of them. Now we don't see them. Everyone with a pink tag, let's occupy the front seats. And we'll have to verify something here. Colleagues, everyone, please, can you occupy seats? It must only be out of unavailability of seats that we'll find people standing on their feet. As a pele seats, we'll understand when people are on their feet. Okay. Where is my... Okay. Colleagues, I will start with this aisle. Can everyone raise their hand with the tag? This aisle only. Can all of us help look there to ensure that everyone who's there has the right tag? Are we all satisfied that the tags are green? They've got to be green or gold, whatever the Okay, I think I'm satisfied. Okay, here, everyone raise your tag, the hand with the tag. Everyone, literally everyone with no fail. Colleagues, you can also help us to look. All of us, we can look. So that after elections, there won't be complaints. Even with elections, you will have to raise the tagged hand when you are nominating. Okay, we're satisfied. Fine. Let's raise pink first. Pink this side. Everyone with a pink tag. Okay, colleagues, wait. Wait, colleagues. I do not want us, I'm really very hesitant to send them out because remember we had said people may come, we'll give them observatory status. We said they may come. So I'm really very hesitant to kick them out because they are colleagues after all. They just did not RSVP, that is the difference. And there are very few, tiny minority of them. It's 2 seats. I mean rows, 2 rows. About 10? Okay, no, Sisaya go. I said everyone with a pink. Sisi, I want a pink. Why are you not coming to the front? I said everyone with a pink must come to the front. Oh, okay. Now I'm looking at this thing. Okay, colleagues. Colleagues, anyone with a pink tag, come to the front. Anyone with a pink tag, just come to the front. Please come to the front. Anyway, we've got an overflow. Even if we can take out those colleagues, we'll still have an overflow. We must just accept it. We'll have to find a proper way of managing it. We do not need chaos. Okay, everyone this side with the gold green tag. Everyone, please. Everyone. Please help us look their colleagues. Okay. Did everyone raise their hand? Are we satisfied, colleagues, that everyone raised their hand? Okay, fine. Because anyway, when you vote, you will have to raise the right hand. Can those colleagues who are there at the back, are you all green tagged there? Please raise your hands. Everyone who does not have a seat, please raise your hand. Okay, all of them are voting. So, Sisi, what's your situation? Pink top? Okay. Do we all standing over there have green tags? Colleagues? Oh, no, this is the team. Who? Okay, colleagues. We just wanted to satisfy ourselves that we have got the right people in the hall. But also just to allay your fears, when we vote, we're still going to use the tagged hand. You shouldn't fear anything. I know the contest here looks very tight, so people do not want problems. we're going to take care of the process. Everyone will be satisfied. You will be satisfied even if you have lost. So we begin voting now. We're going to hand over to the registrar's office. And registration is effectively closed. Can you please communicate that, Sisi? Hello, Sisi? Please communicate that registration is closed. They must not allow anyone else now. Before we call the registrar's office, there's a remark I made, and some leader alerted me that it might have been distasteful to some people. I said the name of a political party, X my skin. That might be very politically inappropriate, especially because we emphasize that we are a professional body and we are not a political entity, and we should always present ourselves as such. And I profusely apologize for that and withdraw that statement unreservedly. So, Didi, the floor is yours. Umsebenzi wethu uhamba ume apha sawubuya after you. Thank you.
Right. Let's cut to the chase because I can see that the chapter is ready. I'll go through the electoral rules that are based in the constitution of the convocation so that we all understand what the process will be. And then we'll go to voting. That's my team on my left. These are rules that we are using in running all the chapter electoral AGMs. It begins with the purpose. These rules provide uniform framework for the election of convocation chapter committees established under section 12 and 13 of the convocation constitution. As indicated before, they apply to all chapters and substructures inside and outside of the Republic. Let me indicate that the electoral, the topic here is electoral authority. The registrar is the chief electoral officer for all statutory structures of the university. That's in Annexure A of the Constitution of the Convocation, and that's also stipulated in the statute of the university. The registrar, as is the case now, may appoint an electoral officer or officers to assist with nominations, verification, counting, and oversight, right? That's the case now. Appointed by the registrar to run these elections. Voting and eligibility. To be eligible to run for office, a candidate must be a WSU convocation member as defined or designated by WSU Statute of 2024 and have successfully completed the required administrative procedures as communicated. Only residents of that province are eligible to contest and vote. I think that disqualifies, you may win the election today, but if you relocate to another province next week, then your membership in this chapter is automatically terminated. That's what this means, right? Voting shall be by show of hand. ayo system. Yes, isibethe sampela system, though isiqhuba kakuhle. Right, candidates will be nominated at the meeting venue. Asina proxy. If you are not here, asukbal, you'll be nominated only if you are here. Ungaphumi uyochama. The only person who will be granted delegate status for election purposes is a WSU convocation member, as defined in the WSU statute. Positions to be elected. Each chapter shall elect 3 office bearers, namely the convener to act as the chairperson of the chapter, and 2 additional members. As required by section 13.3 of the Constitution of the Committee, the committee must be comprised of 2 females and 1 male, or 2 males and 1 female. Okay? Right. I hope esasikhalo ingathi bese sinexhala lesilate bayikanti isilate asimanga kakuhle. Okay, here is the nomination process. All nomination and election procedures shall be conducted manually and inside the meeting venue of the elective annual AGM, or annual general meeting. The chief electoral officer or his or her designate shall formally call the nominations from the delegates present. Delegates may propose nominees verbally from the floor in response to the call for nominations. Each nominee must be supported by 5 convocation members, okay, in attendance for the nomination to be valid. Every nominee must personally accept the nomination, either verbally or in writing, at the meeting. The electoral officer shall read out all the valid nominations and confirm acceptance by each nominee. If only one person is nominated and accepts the nomination, that nominee shall be declared duly elected unopposed. If more than one valid nominee is identified for a portfolio, the election shall proceed to manual voting by show of hands. Then voting procedure. To win the election, a candidate must receive the highest number of votes. If 2 or more candidates receive an equal number of votes, a second round of voting shall be conducted amongst the tied candidates only. What this one means, if for argument's sake, we have 3 nominees, okay? We had 3 nominees and 2 become a tie. Okay, we eliminate law ungeyo tie usecaleni une numbers eziphansi. Then we run a second round of elections for the 2. Are we together? Okay. Delegates shall vote by raising their hands, and the appointed vote counters ababapha shall manually count and record the number of raised hands for that candidate. Once counting is completed, the electoral officer shall proceed to call the next candidate's name, and delegates shall again vote by show of hands. The same process shall apply for each candidate contesting the position. All counted votes for each candidate shall be immediately written down by the designated vote counters and thereafter handed over to the electoral officer for verification. The electoral officer shall review, confirm, and consolidate the tallied counts for all candidates before announcing the provisional results. Is this explained? Okay, let me see. Voting results. The chief electoral officer will receive the results of the vote counting and make an announcement. All announced results will remain provisional until, okay, this is the part I wanted. All announced results will remain provisional until the elected candidates have been vetted and cleared by universities' legal services. Siyakwazi kuzirun elections sizigqibe sibazise abantu apha ngaphambili provisionally, So gqiba siyorana this vetting. Kuvele into ethi wawuke waqhekeza next door 3 years ago. We then disqualify you. Okay? Sibuyele kwi-results siyojonga uba ingubani umuntu obesemva kwakho. Sibuyise yena. So le process ke iba nezo zinto. But fortunately so far asikadibani nento ekumila njalo osasike sadibana naye. Okay, complaints. I hope there will be no complaints. All voting related complaints or queries must be submitted in writing to the office of the registrar. Here is the email address, registrar@wsu.ac.za, within 24 hours of the announcement of provisional results. Siyibambile lo ndawo. Ungafonela uregistrar ngolwesithathu besirun elections today, within 24 hours. Unless the nature of or complexity of the complaint requires further investigation, all matters will be attended to and resolved as promptly as possible by the Chief Electoral Officer, which is the registrar. Okay, Electoral or Elections Communication Authority. Only the office of the registrar is authorized to issue official communication on all matters relating to elections. Any person who issues election-related communication without such authorization shall be disqualified from participating in the elections. All communication issued without the authority prescribed in these rules shall be deemed invalid and without standing. The dissemination of false, misleading, or unverified information relating to the elections, candidates, or processes is strictly prohibited and may result in disqualification or further disciplinary action. Obligation to comply with official directives. All candidates and delegates must comply with any directives or clarifications issued by the office of the registrar during the election period, and failure to comply may result in disciplinary action or disqualification. Ukhona umuntu onendawo angayivanga ndicima icacile nokwa singabantu bazawuqala uvota musinamhlanje. Yes. Okay. Are we ready? Because I am ready. Okay. Thank you. President, ndirane elections kwenye province. Ndithe xa ndigqiba ukuchaza ezi rules kwacelwa i-caucus. Ndabuza uba ngoobani aba bayokhokasa. Because ndaye ndabona uba la chapter ngoku izawuba divided ungathi kubekho ii-caucuses. Immediately after reading the rules, to me it made no sense. Unless sifuna umosha. Because aba bantu bazokonyulwa apha will be leading everybody who is here. Okay? Mas okuthiwa ngenxa yexesha sizuyicela i-caucus. All right. Team yam, ndicela nisondele apha ngakum. Siyaqala ngoku, I'll be calling for nominations. Ndicela nize ngam. Ndicela nisondele. Ningoyiki. Okay. Right. Sure. Okay. Sivile ke uba it's either ngosisi ababini nobhuti oyi-1 okanye ngoobhuti ababini nosisi oyi-1. Sizawuqala ke apha emsileni uba kusemsileni ngezi additional members zimbini. So I will call for nominations for the first additional member of the EC chapter. Okay. Kuba ke uhlele front ndizawuqala apha kuwe. Okay, dikhunjuzwa one of the roles that I should be playing before we dissolve. So I should officially dissolve the EC chapter that was elected 3 years ago. Okay. All right. Thank you. Ndizama kuba amehlo amabone macala. Ndikunotile as my number 1 point of order. Zandaiva. Okay. Guys, Nancy point of order I raise wapa. Andiva? Yes, sir. Please, Isa. No, that's a call I can make. Okay? All right. Guys, ndicela ukutsho man. I-authority yonke to run these elections ilapha. It's here. Okay? And I've been doing this for the past 5 years. Right. So it's my call to say where do we start. Right? So I'm now calling for nominations. I've noted you. I'm noting a hand. Mzi, is that Mzi? You are number 2. Ndifunuzana lapha phakathi ndikhethe phi mandithathe wena sis esadla singapha. Ndizabe ndisima kuloo ndawo. If necessary, then I will call another round. You can go, but ndicela ke umuntu onominatayo asinike igama ne-surname yomntu amnominatayo so that lirekhodishwe up. Mr. President.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Igama ngumvelo Abenda, the ISRC President. I stand.
Ndicela ubalinde barekhode because funeka batsho uba ngubani obenominata enominata bani. Nilibambile ne? Mvelo Abenda. Okay. Mvelo Abenda. Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I stand to nominate Chair Umandla Ludidi. Mandla Ludidi.
Mandla Ludidi. Mvelo Abenda nominates Mandla Ludidi as the first additional member. Okay? I need supporters, 5 of them. Okay. I'm satisfied. Where is Mandla? Mandla, can you ndiyacela man sizama uncedisana ku Saturday today. Kwinto ezisishiyayo. Mandla, ndicela bhuti uconfirme uba you are stand kwezi elections zale chapter yase-Eastern Cape. Ndicela akana mic asizumva. Okay. Right. Mandla Ludidi ne, has accepted the nomination. Mr. Ngizela.
Mandibulise kwakhona. Ngumziyanda wakwangcizela ifana.
Mziyanda Ngizela.
Ndizotsho ke tshe ubani kuchibisa nobasebenza apha ehosi. Ndiphakamela ukunominata igama likaSamkelo Mqhayi to be the first additional member in this
igama likaSamkelo Mqhayi liphakanyisiwe. Ndicela abantu abahlanu all right. 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 Ndingumntu wakwa governance. Now sendibona impazamo endiyenzileyo. Aba bantu bayi-5 funeka basinike amagama abo. Siyababona bona abaninzi, but at least we should have 5 people giving us their names that they are supporting the nomination. Okay? So it's fine, zabuyela kweli cala masose ndigqibe kwela cala. Bangaphakamisa abantu abahlanu zabakhomba izasiso siphigama ne-surname utsho uba uyasupport. Nasima Mahlaule. Mahlawe. Okay, Nasima Mahlawe is supporting, is the first supporter. Yes, sir. Mpika. Zuko Mpika. You second. Yes. Okay. Yes, sir. Is that? Uthe ngubani wena bhuti? Siphesande Matoni. Siphesande Matoni. That's the third person. Okay? Apha emva kwakho. Pinda. Ndifuna igama ne-surname ke ngo. Lita Ngalonkulu. Okay, that's the fourth person. Ndifuna uphakamisa umuntu ongusisi oko ndikhomba amadoda pha. Nanku yawo sis eke.
Mnangenelwa zosuliwe ndichaza igama.
Mnangelelwa.
Ngenelwa.
Ngenelwa.
Yes.
Zosuliwe.
Zosuliwe.
Ngenelwa zosuliwe.
Yes. Ndihamba negama likaSamkelo Mqhayi.
Is the fifth person. Thank you. Right. Okay, sibafumela abantu abayi-5 kwela cala. Ndicela abantu abayi-5 abasupporta i-nomination. Bingubani kanene? Yes. Kaludidi. Mandla Ludidi. Makuqale wena former president. Ndicela nimphi mic. Okay. Ndicela sizole. Okay. Balungile Madikizela is the first person to support. Going for the second one. Ukhona usiso pha ngemva unxiba into ekhakish. Yes sis. Asizukuva, thatha mic.
Mna Simamkele Ntsotho ndisapota igama likaMandla Ludidi.
Simamkele Ntsotho. Okay, that's the second person. Third person, umntu wesithathu. Ndicela size ne-mic apha. Ungaqala apha, sosuqala apha now. Right?
I Maduna Nkosi Indiphile I support uMandla Ludidi.
Maduna Nkosi Ndiphile.
No, Nkosi Indiphile.
Nkosi Indiphile.
Yes.
Okay. That's the third person. Fourth person. Yamnik.
Ludwe Matolweni Soyeza Ward 6 Eba Odumileyo Bala abo Mandla wam Yeah.
Ngibambe ligama. Matolweni Ludwe. Ludwe Matolweni. Okay. Masizap nikubhuti lo. Right.
Thank you very much. I, Sibusiso Gogoba, support the name of Mandla Ludidi.
Sibusiso Gogoba. That was the fifth person. Right. Ukhona omnye umuntu osafuna unominator aphakamise isandla. Going once. Ukhona umuntu osafuna unominator going twice. Sure. Uphi sendilibele negama. Yes. Masizole. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mhlali Ngaphambili. Igama nguSamkele, ifani ngumqhayi. I hereby accept the nomination.
Samkelo Mqhayi accepts the nomination. Right. Okay. The two candidates for the first additional member have both accepted the nomination. Is there anyone else who wants to nominate? The floor is still open. Going once. Siyaphakamisa sandla sikwela cala. Obesindlalisa. Okay, going twice. Closed. Okay. Masifike ke ngoku kule ndawo ifeli tall. Ndipheni candidate yami yokuqala. Mandla. Okay. Ndizawucela ke abantu abavotela uMandla Ludidi. Andikatsho. Imani wu. Imani sanunqa. Shh. Anikayazi noba ndizothi mabame ngenyawo noba mabaphakamise izandla. Seniphakamise izandla. It's fine mabaphakamise izandla. Esi sine tag. Ndicela isandla esine tag ibe siso esiphakamileyo. Oh uxolo ndiyabona ndirusile. Icandidates famba siqale sazikhupha. Ngeli ya masizindulule. Libe Woku. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Masiphinde sizole. So nqano ba xa kusenza i-service delivery apha ephondweni kubekho abantu ekuthiwa zange andivotele lowa. Right. Singaphakamisa ke ngoku izandla zikaMandla. Please keep your positions. Please keep your positions. Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? Sikubin. Sikubin. You can lower your hands. Thank you very much. Yeah, ibala. Right. Thanks, guys. Dicela izandla zikaSamkelo Mqhayi. Okay. Nikhawuleze nadinwa ukuphakamisa izandla kweli cala. O anidinwanga. Hayi sigqibile. Sigqibile. All right. Ndinesi sicelo. Can I make this request? Ndicela umuntu avote kube kanye. Ngoba sizawubhalansisa apha amanani angadibani. Okay? Right. Uba bakhona abantu aba-abstainileyo, sicela baphakamise izandla. Umuntu une-right to abstain. Bakhona abantu aba-abstainileyo kule round. Going once, going twice, closed. Okay, so akho umuntu abstainileyo kule round. That's fine. Ukhona umuntu olijoyina into endifunayo? Just to confirm numbers. Voters. Please. Okay. Right. Singabuya sizama into yoba siqiniseke uba zingaphi voters ezingaphakathi. So that sizoyazi uba xa sidibanisa amanani ayathalisha ne-number of voters. Asifuni utyholwa ngokuba ii-elections. Kuthiwa sigadiwe. Right. Can we now, kanti nefune bebuyile. Siqale si-announce. Fune si-announce belapha ngaphakathi mababuye. Ngababiza sibonga. Right. Singahlala phansi. Ibambe somlomo. Singazola. Okay. Sifike kanye kulandawo besithetha ngayo yeThai kwi-nomination yokuqala. I'm telling you. Now, yes. Now, no. Ndicela nimamele nto ndinixelela yona so that siqhubeleke nomsebenzi. Ngalo umzuzu sineThai. Okay? Now, iThai ayisokolisi. Ithetha ukuthi let's rerun the election. It's that simple. Okay? Now, what that means is that the nominees must again excuse us. Guys, ndicela nithobe izandla. Ndicela sizithobeni izandla. Ndicela ii-nominees ziphinde ziphume phandle. Okay. Ziphumile. Guys. Okay. Ndicela guys, ndiyanicela man. Ndicela nindivumele ndizirane ezi elections. Okay? Sisicelo eso. Nansi into eza kwenzeka. Kuzobalwa kule row ngabantu ababalayo bagqibe bathoba izandla baye kwi-row elandelayo. Because we need to be thorough in this process. Okay. Athina masibuyeke ndicela abantu abavotela uMandla Ludidi baphakamise izandla. Right. Ndicela sihlale kweli cala for now. Slap. Ndicela umuntu abe sendaweni yakhe guys kungabikho movement izasiconfuse. Right. Ndicela abantu ababalayo baqala balani apha ngaphambili. Ndicela nibale apha banigqibile nitsho sigqithe. Okay, ningazithoba. Anikagqibi apha. Okay. Cela sibalele row. Are you done here? That's what I said. Guys, sibala nge-rows, right? So you can lower your hand for now. Saba kule row, baphakamise izandla, sigqithe. Okay. So silapha ke. Slap. Okay. Ningazithoba. Silapha ngoku. Nigqibile. Okay, singagqithi. Silapha ngoku. Hayi ningabala awufuni. Sigqibile. Okay, slap. Nimbalile. Okay, singagqithi niyazithoba. Slap. Are you done? Okay, niyazithoba. Slap. Sanuba intimidate. Sigqibile. Okay, ningazithoba. Slapha ngoku. Are you done? Niqebeni, ningazithoba. Slap. Are we done? Okay, singazithoba. Siza up. So uhambo sokubala remainer up. Okay. Are we done? Singazithoba izandla. Okay. Singeza up. Ayini yenye row nini. Silap ezitulweni. Apha ezitulweni qha. Nanko omnye ngapha kwenu nimbalile ne? Okay, ningazithoba. Silapha ngasemva ngoku. Ndicela nibe ngapha nina kweli cala. Siyaphela apha. Siphela kule ndawo. Yababona bonke? Okay, we are done. Ndicela okweli cala abe kwela cala. Ndicela sose siqala apha ngasemva abantu bamababalayo. Siza ngapha ngoku. Siqala apha ngasemva. Siqala apha kwabantu bame ngenyawo apha ngasemva. Okay, ndicela izandla ziphakame. Guys, ndiyathemba uba ii-rules zam nizivile. Ndibona abantu aba-intimidate abantu apha kuthiwa makuphakanyiswe izandla. Asicele umntu uba maphakamisa isandla apha. Unfortunately. Okay. Ndicela abantu baremaine kwezi ndawo bakuzo ungabikho abantu baphumayo kubalwa. Are we done here? Sigqibile bantu ababalayo. Okay, masiza apha ezitulweni. Siqala apha. Slap. Are we done? Singagqithi. Okay, singazithoba. Slapha ngoku. Slapha kule row. Slapha kule row. Slapha kule row. Are you done? Niqebeni. Okay. Hlala phansi ndoda. Thank you. Slapha ngoku. Slapha. Slapha kule row le. Silapha. Silapha kule row. Are we done? Okay. Slapha ngoku. Sigqibeni. Ningazithoba masiza apha. Singazithoba silapha. Okay, sigqibeni. Singazithoba silapha. Niyazithoba, slap. 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 Sigqibile. Slap. Okay, we're done. Silapha ngaphambili. Slap. Okay. Masiwelele kwela cala. Kaloku mna ndiqhubi kanjalo. Slap. Komntu. Slap. Silapha. Silap. Silap. Silapha. Silap. Silapha. 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 Singasemva. Okay. All right.
Colleagues, please. We're still in a meeting, please. I do understand that we're electing, there might be excitement, happiness, dejection, and all of that. But can we still maintain decorum? Masiyeke nokuqhwaba ngeli xesha kusavotwayo kusabalwayo. Ungaqhwaba xa ku-announce election so that we do not disturb the process. Siyacela colleagues so that sizawugqiba kungekudala. Please.
Okay. Masibuyeke size kusamkelo mqhayi. Cela wonke umuntu ahlala phansi. Ndisenaso sisicelo se-movement. Ndisenaso sisicelo se-movement. Bangabikho bantu bamuvayo. Uza vote usendaweni enye okokoko. Siyayicela loo nto. Okay? Iba ninzi ke le movement kwabantu bame ngenyawo. Kwabakho umuntu omane esuka kweli cala aye kwela cala okanye kwela cala eze kweli cala. Siyayicela loo nto. Okay. Yeah. Mhlambe masingene ezitulweni nyani so that singa. It's fine. Manu. Okay. Mhlambe ke basesiqalile masose siqhube. That's fine. Samkelo mqhayi. Samkelo mqhayi. Sicela izandla. Same process. Siqala up. Okay. Are we done? Silapha. Okay. Silapha. Sanubaphendulela. Guys, ndiyayirhalela into yoba le process siyithathe serious. Ngoba is serious. Okay? Ndiyayicela loo nto. Intimidation comes in different forms. Nale nto yokuqhwaba, it's part of intimidation. Ungangayiqondi wena. Okay? Silapha ngoku. Okay? Silapha. Okay? Uyasithoba silapha. Le nto ndigqiboyicela, ndigqibothetha nani ngoku. Ndigqibothi ngoma singaqhwabi. Okay, are we done? Okay, ningazithoba silapha. Okay, silapha. Okay, silapha. Right, silapha. Silapha. Bendiphele phi apha? Ndifuna licace umuntu okweli cala acace ukweli cala. Right. Silapha ke ngoku. Okay. Masize ngapha, silapha. Okay. Uvota kweli cala okanye kweli cala? Kweli cala ndicela umuntu acace uba ukwela cala. Right. Silapha ke ngasemva abantu nabame ngenyawo. Cela babala abantu bamababalayo. Uba umuntu uphakamisa isandla esingathegwanga ungasibali. Noba nazo itext qha bakhetha ungaphakamisa izona. Uba kanayo makasuke apho kaloku ohlala kwindawo yabantu abavolontiyayo, abazi-observers. Man, who? Are we done? Nigqibile pha phezulu. Singazithoba. Singazithoba. Silapha ezitulweni. Silapha ezitulweni ngoku. Sigqibile apha. Silapha. Nigqibile. Okay, silapha. Singagqithi. Okay, ningazithoba silapha. Okay, ningazithoba silapha. Okay, singazithoba. Singazithoba, singazithoba silapha. Cela ziphakame izandla. Okay, ningazithoba. Singazithoba silapha. Okay, singazithoba. Singazithoba silapha. Okay, singazithoba silapha. Silapha. Okay, singazithoba silapha ngaphambili. Okay, singazithoba. Right. Masize ngapha. Masiqala. Okay, singazithoba izandla silapha. Or aninazi-tags up, okay? Silapha. Okay, singazithoba silapha. Singazithoba. Okay, silapha. Silapha. Singazithoba. Silapha kusomlo. No, siyambona, don't worry. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Uhambe uyoma ngodonga. Ubali uyoma ngodonga. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Siyoma ngodonga. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Okay, sizapha ngasemva. Okay. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Singazibiza i-candidates zibuye. Bakhona abantu aba-abstayinileyo kule round. Umuntu o-abstayinileyo phamsi isandla sizombala. Umuntu o-abstayinileyo phamsi isandla simbale. Okay. So akekho. Babuyile. Right. Ndicela sihlale phansi abantu abanezitulo. Okay. All right. Ziphi ezi candidates? Nantsiya enye, iphi enye? All right. I-results zethu ngalo umzuzu. Niyazazi mos uba Yeah. The point is that niyayazi uba zi-provisional results ezi announce. Okay? Right. Okay, uMandla Ludidi ufumene 167 votes. Usamkelo Mqhayi ufumene 165 votes. Hayi, ngicela sihlale phansi. Bahlale phansi. Right, ngicela sihlale phansi. Ngicela sihlale phansi. Bahlale phansi. Bahlale phansi. Bahlale phansi. Bahlale phansi. Bahlale phansi. Guys, it's 16:19, it's 4:20. Cela sihlale phansi. Cela sihlale phansi siqhubeleke ne-nominations. Cela sihlale phansi. Ndicela sihlale phansi. Ndicela sizole. Right. Guys, we're going to the second nomination. Guys, no. Guys, we're going to the second nomination of the day. Okay? Right. Guys, unfortunately, we are not entertaining queries now. You know the process. I'm just running the elections. All right? Cela sihlale phansi. Cela sihlale phansi. Cela sithobe izandla. Cela sithobe izandla. Okay. Ndicela sizole. Guys, cela sizole. Cela sizole. Mvelo. Hayi. Right. Ndicela sinominate a second additional member. Okay? Ndicela sinominate a second additional member. Ndicela izandla eziphakamisela loo nto. Ndizawuqala kuwe sisi at the back onxibe iskipa esimnyama, black and white. Nditsho susihlala phantsi alo sisi ndithetha nawe. Yes. Ndicela usiphe igama ne-surname nomntu omnominator. Ndicela umuntu asincede nge-mic phaa phezulu. Right.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Baha. Igama lam ndingusinazo Silaza. Ndiphakamela ukunominator uLusanda Tombi as our second additional candidate. Thank you very much.
Okay. Uthe ungusinazo Silaza nominating Lusanda Tongi. Okay. Uphi ndicela izandla ezisupporta this nomination. Ndicela ubanike mic. Qala kwesa skipper sino yellow and green.
I, Comrade Yamgela, support the nomination of Lusanda.
Yamkela bani?
Jaha.
Yamkela Jaha supports the nomination. He's the first. Second hand. Cela umuntu wesibini. It is? Yes. Yes, sis.
I, Annelisa Silangwe, second the noble nomination of Lusanda.
Annelisa Silangwe. Okay. Supports the nomination.
I, Mlondolozi Mvikweni.
Mvikweni.
Yes, support the nomination of the noble Lusanda Tombi.
Right, that's the third person. Cela izandla kaloku masizibone. Ndicela usonde lapha. Oh, okay, that's fine.
Mna ndingumandla Ludidi, ndiyayiseconda inomination kaLusanda Mcombi.
Mandla Ludidi supports. Banophakamisa isandla. Yes, sir.
Mhlala ngaphambili ndinguNtando Phikashe ndiyayisupporta inomination.
Ntando bani?
Phikashe.
Phikashe.
Ndiyayisupporta inomination kaLusanda.
Okay. Phikashe. Tando Phikashe. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Uphi uNtando? Uphi uLusanda Tongi? Ngicela nimnike mic. Asimnike mic. Okay, Lusanda.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am Charmaine Lusanda Kombi. I hereby accept the nomination.
Ngutombi okanye ngutongi. Ngubi. Tombi. Tombi. Okay. All right, Lusanda Tombi, duly nominated. Anyone who wants to nominate again? Okay, I see a hand there. Yes, sir. Name and surname and the person you are nominating.
I, Mbuso Mfeka.
Mbuso
Mfeka.
Mfeka.
Yes.
Okay.
Hereby to nominate Setu Mandame.
Come again.
Hereby to nominate Setu Mandame.
Setu Mandame.
Yes.
Okay, Mbuso Mfeka nominates Setu Mandame. Okay, ndicela izandla ezisupporta i-nomination eziyi-5. Iphi mic? Okay, so ifaka apho.
I, Nombindlela Africa, support the nomination.
Africa. Africa bani? Khombindlela.
Nombindlela.
Nombindlela.
Yes.
Okay, Africa Nombindlela supports the nomination. Second person. Cela uyinike nje umuntu ophakamisa isandla. Yes.
Oh, enkosi Azola Mzwendaba, I support nomination.
Azola Mzwendaba supports the nomination.
Ndingugcobani Sanda ndiyayixhasa nomination.
Gcobani Sanda supports the nomination.
Zukolwethu Maboza, I support the nomination.
Zukolwethu Maboza.
I, Lucas Vuketwele, support the
Lucas?
nomination. Vuketwele,
Lucas Vuketwele.
support the nomination.
Okay, I do have 5 people who are supporting the nomination. Upi Usetu Mantame. Ela simnike mic. Okay, Setu Smamel.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to correct my name. It's Siposetu.
Siposetu.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Okay. Siposetu Mantame accepts the nomination. Ukhona umuntu ofuna uphinda, ukhona nomination yesithathu? Khona iskipa esi-red phaya. Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, Chairman, Samora Kambalegi, man.
Samora?
Samora Mbalegi, Mthathu.
Samora Mbalegi.
Sihlalo man, Kandizawu nominator. You have run chaos of these elections. You have misgoverned these elections. Dalo Sihlalo.
We are not addressing that.
I am
We are not addressing that. We are not addressing that. I said if you have a problem, you can write to the registrar.
The same registrar was conducted in elections without access control, but there's no problem. I second the name of Complex supposed to Mandam.
I'm calling for a nomination. Is there anyone else who wants to nominate? Khona umuntu ofuna nominator going once, going twice. Nominations closed. Right. Ndicela candidates ziphume ngaphandle. Right. Emhlekazi. Emhlekazi. Ndicela lamnyango uvalwe. Okay. Ndicela niuvale lamnyango. Convex ezilapha endlini. Ndicela iassistance yenu. Ndicela umuntu ophandle ophumileyo makaphume phandle angaphinda angene. Ndicela siuvale lo mnyango. Please. Okay. Okay, masiqale ke kuLusanda Tombi. Siza ngohlobo besenze ngalo siqala apha uphakamisa isandla sakho esine tag. Uba asina tag asisibali. Okay, silapha. Okay. Mhlekazi, ulapha etimini yami. Ndicela uyeke lento uyenzayo. Okay. Are we done? Okay. Silab. Okay, sigqibeni. Okay. Silapa. Cela siphakamise. Eight. Okay, singazithoba. Masibela. Sisuphakamisile. Akho tech kweso sandla. Okay, the singazithoba. Silapha. Okay. Are we done? Okay, thank you. Masibela. Cela siphakame isandla sizibone. Intimidate. Siza kugxotha ngento ezawulandela. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Bungaphakamisanga sandla. Singazithoba. Okay. Silapha ngoku. Thank you. Singazithoba. Silapha. Thank you. Singazithoba. Silapha. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha ngasemva. Silapha. Siphakamisa isandla sinetech. Andizukureminder next time. Oh, hey. Okay. Yeah, no ndiyifumene. Yeah. No, besesiphindwe kwesininzi. Don't worry. It's right. It's right. Okay. See, we are done. Masize kweli cala. Apha ngasemva. Silapha ngasemva ngoku. Singazithoba. Singazithoba silapha. Okay, singazithoba silapha. Yeah. Okay, singazithoba silapha. Silapha. Okay. Singagqitha silapha. Sure. Singazithoba silapha. Singazithoba silapha. Masiphakame sizibone. Okay. Silapha ke ngoku. Okay, singazithoba silapha. Silapha. Okay, thank you. Silapha. Madoda, hlalani phantsi. Bendiyinqanda le nto phaa phezulu. Vele. Okay. Ngazithoba silapha le row. Silapha ngaphambili. Okay. Masize nga. Bekuthiwa kuvotwa apha silapha. Intimidation. Silapha. Intimidation. Silapha. 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 Okay. Silapha. 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 Singasemva. Besiyinqandile loo nto niyaqhubeleka naye. Okay, siza kusipho sethu Mantame. Masiphinde sibuyele kweli cala. Siqala apha ngaphambili sipho sethu Mantame. Okay, ungasithoba. Aye, we are done. Silapha. Okay, silapha. Silapha. Okay, ungasithoba silapha. Okay, singagqitha silapha. 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 Silapa. Silapa. Sisebantwini abangasemva. Uyaphakamisa? Uyacinga? Okay. Right. Silapha ngasemva. Guys, ndicela sibe ne-clear demarcation here. Nizawusenzela i-confusion. Ndicela nibhekelele kwelaa cala. Guys, ndicela nje nivele nibhekele. Mhlekazi, ndicela nibhekele phaa, please. Okay, masibaleke. Ndicela niphakamise izandla ezinetag. Right, ningazithoba. Slap. Slap. Betafil. Slap. Cela niphakamise kakuhle. Masingalali mama masihlale kakuhle phoze uyabasitha abanye. Ningazithoba. Sure. All right, slap again. Slap. Slap. Phakamise?
Yes, I phakamise.
Okay, singazithoba. Yeah. Cela niphinde niphakamise. Cela niphinde niphakamise kule row. No, same number. Ningazithoba. Silapha ke ngo. Okay, singazithoba. Slap. Slap. Okay, we are done. Slap again. Singazithoba ngapha. Slap. Slap. Ningazithoba. Slap. Slap. Okay, singazithoba. Singazithoba silapha. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Singazithoba. Silapha. Silapha. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Singazithoba silapha ngaphambili. Cela niphakamise. Okay. Okay, are we done? Singazithoba. Silapha. Ungazithoba. Abantu apha silapha. Slap. Slap. Yoma ngodonga. Okay, singazithoba. Slap. Singazithoba. Asisibali isandla esingena tags. Amanje ishumayela lento. Sisibali isandla esingena tag. Ningakhalazi. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Cela siphakamise. Okay, singazithoba. Slap. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Singazithoba, silapha. Singazithoba. Silapha. Singazithoba. Singazithoba. Silapha. Siyoma ngodonga. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Siyoma ngodonga. Okay, singazithoba silapha ngasemva. Guys, bendithe ndiyayicela man le demarcation. Ndicela caca umuntu okwela cala. Okay. Sibala wonke umuntu olapha ngasemva ke. No, yeah. Ubalwe phaa esitulweni. Ubaliwe. Sanusiphazamisa. Ndicela niphakamise. Cela niphakamise. Guys, what's the story here? Kwenzekani? Hlekazi uphi? No uphi? Okay. Guys, cela izandla zenu ziphakame sizibone. Okay, singazithoba. Yes, singazibiza nominees. Zingene. Mabangene. Bangenile bonke. Okay. The results for the second additional member of the EC chapter. Lusanda Ombi, 172. Sipose Tumantame, 162. Masale phansi. Masale phansi. Can you sit down? Let's settle down. Masale phansi. Right. Ndicela izandla ze nomination ka convener of the EC chapter. Okay, ndicela mic iye ngapha ya. Ndicela mic. Ndicela mic iye pha. Okay, we're nominating the convener of the EC chapter. Apha ngaphambili. Name and surname and the person you are nominating. Tell us Sizole.
Enkosi Chair, igama lam ndumgcobani Sanda, denominator uComrade Ayanda Tyansi as chairperson.
Right, Mr. Gcobani Sanda, nominator Ayanda Tyansi for the portfolio position of the EC convener. Ndicela izandla ezisupporta le nomination. Ndicela izandla imic mayingene ebantwini. Nika umuntu ophakamise isandla nje okufutshane. Yes ma'am.
Enkosi Sihlalo.
Tell Sizole. Guys. Ndicela man, please. Ndicela. Yes ma'am.
I am Andisiwe Mashiane.
Phinda sis.
I am Miss Andisiwe Mashiane.
Miss Andisiwe.
Mashiane.
Okay.
And I support the nomination.
Mashiane. Okay, Miss Andisiwe Mashiane supports the nomination. Second person.
Ayi ngenelwa zosuliwe.
Phinda sis.
Ayi ngenelwa zosuliwe.
Ngena.
Ngenelwa zosuliwe.
Ngenelwa. Zosuliwe.
I support the nomination.
Okay, Miss Ngenelwa Zosuliwe supports the nomination. A third person. Tell izandla. Sikhona sene mic, okay? Yes sir. Phinda budi.
I, Lucas Vuketwele, support the nomination.
Lucas Vuketwele supports the nomination. Fourth person.
I, Msindisi Bidla, I accept the nomination.
Msindisi Bidla.
I second the nomination.
Ndifuna surname. Is it Bidla? Bidla. Bidla. Okay. Msindisi Bidla supports the nomination. Fifth person. Cela umuntu wesihlanu uba ukhona. Yes sir.
Ndinguthokoza Makhanzi, support the nomination.
Thokoza Makhanzi.
Yes.
Thokoza Makhanzi supports the nomination. That was the fifth person. OP Ayanda Tyansi. Cela nimnike mic. Cela nimnike mic. Yes, sir.
Yes, Nkosi Chairperson. Molweni malanga. Ndingu Ayanda Kyanzi. Ndiyayamkela nomination Chairperson.
Nomination accepted. Thank you. Right, the nomination of Ayanda Kyanzi. Kwenzekani? Kwenzekani? Hayibo. Kwenzekani? Sanda Mabuya has nominated Lubabalo Mtunukelwa. Ndicela izandla ezisupporta la guys, ndicela sike siyeke uba chaotic. Guys, ndicela sibe lapha. Ndicela sibe lapha. Lento sifuna uyenza singayenza sizolile. Uba unomuntu ofuna umfota ocimba kayo graduate ungamfota uzizolele. Cela singabe sisenzi singabi chaotic. Okay? Ubunegama lakhe ulinote phansi ulizise ngaphambili. Please. Okay. Asanda Mabuya has nominated Lubabalo Mtunukelwa. Ndicela izandla ezisupporta le nomination. Ndicela uqale up uhambe nje kanje. Yes sir.
It's very strange ke lento abangazo graduates bayivela xa kuvota.
Asikho up.
Ndiyalisupporta eligama likalibabalo ndingumcunukelwa ndingumvelo waphende.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes sir.
The second eligama lempondo luba must enter.
Bani kaloku sifuna igama lakho nesurname.
Ulufefe Thabatu.
Lufefe bani?
Thabatu.
Thabathwa. Tabata.
Yes. Thank you very much, leadership.
Okay, number 3.
Ndingubalungile ifana umadikizela. I third the nomination of Lubabalo Mtunukelwa for convener.
Okay, number 4. Cela umuntu wesine. Name and surname.
Mna Kitsiliso Mukhachabe.
Phinda buthi.
Mna Kitsiliso Mukhachabe.
Linathi.
Kitsiliso Mukhachabe. Ke Sesotho se ntate.
Sidiso.
Ke tshehetsa nomination ya Lubabalo.
Andiyivanga isurname pha. Lukhachabe. Undincedile. Ncede kakhulu benza bhalto ekhoyo. Number 5.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I Sibusiso Gogoba, a 2 times graduate. I support the nomination.
Sibusiso Gogoba. Sibusiso Gogoba. Okay. Right. Asanda or Ulubabalo Mtunukelwa has been nominated. Sikela aphakame Ulubabalo uphi. Asimnike mic. Ulubabalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Igama lam ndingulubabalo ndiyinzalelwane yakwaMcunukelwa. Ndiyalwamkela uxanduva. Thank you.
All right. Both Ayanda Chansi and Lubabalo Mtunukelwa have been duly nominated. Sikela ke baphume phandle sizobala. Sicela baphume phandle. Okay. Mandiphinde ndenze sasicelo. Ndicela sidemarcate apho ngasemva abantu abakwelicala baze kwelicala abakwelacala baye ngaphaya. Gentlemen, thetha nani apho. Yes. Ndicela same thing here. Abantu abavota bekwelicala bahlale kwelicala abavota bekwelicala bahlale bekwelicala. Mhlekazi osezitepsini ukwisenta ngokwanikwazi bukweliphicala. Cela uhlale ngapha. Please. Okay. Singahamba siyobana. Singabana. Guys. Siku ayanda chance. Siyaqala apha. Uyoma ngodonga abakhumntu ovotayo. Okay, we are done, ne? Akho bantu balapha, ukhona oyi-1 kwela cala. Chance. Sikuchance ngoku. Sikuchance. Okay. Cela abantu abalapha. Ngicela singanqoli. Okay? We are done. Silapha. Slap. We are done. Okay, singazithoba. Slap. Cela sizithobe izandla. Cela sibuyele apha. Khona into impazamo enzekileyo. Cela siphakamise izandla. Here. Ufuna sibuye umva? Okay, masizithobe. Masiqalele apha. Silapha ke ngoku. Guys, ngicela isandla esine-tag. Iyalwisa into engabikho kwe-tag. Isandla esine-tag, if asine-tag asizusibala. Okay? Okay. Singazithoba ngoku, Nkosi. Silapha ngoku. Ngicela siphakame sisisandla sisibone. Sisi, ngicela usiphakamise isandla. Xa silapha sisibona incam. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Ikhona iprocess. Okay, singazithoba. Up. Silap. Yes. Okay, singazithoba. Silap. Cela ziphakame sizibone. Okay, we are done. Silap. Okay, singazithoba. Silap. Uyoma ngodonga. Okay. Okay, singazithoba. Silap. Baba itu edongeni. Yeah. Okay, singazithoba. Silap. Ikhona lento ingacacanga guys. Emfundini sowulapha ngoku. Sakudisqualify wena. Silap. Cela siphamise sibone kakuhle guys. Abanye baphansi izandla siziboni kakuhle. Sicela isandla esine-tag. Uba sina-tag asizusibala. Unfortunately. Guys, isandla esingena-tag asizusibala. Isandla esingena-tag asizusibala because asizuyazi loo nto. Asizukwazi usibala still. Ubale. Cela abantu abavotayo baphakamise izandla. 1, 2, 3. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha.
158.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Singawuqhubeleka. Sikulubabalo mcunukelwa ngoku. Sikulubabalo mcunukelwa. Silapha. 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 Silapha singasemva. Asemva. Okay. The demarcation lena guys ndicela qho. Please. Okay, sikweliqala. Silapha lubabalo mcunukelwa ngasemva bame ngenyawo. Bame ngenyawo. Sikwaba balapha not ngapha ya silapha. Abangasemva ke ngoku. Cela ziphakame izandla ndizibone. Ndicela usondele kwelaa cala. Okay. Singazithoba. Ulapha okanye wasemva? Kuthiwa cela ndiphinde ndiphakamise. Cela siphinde siphakamise. Ndiyaphela ku-8 unless kukho umuntu ongasemva. Kekho umuntu ongasemva. Khe ningazithoba silapha. Singazithoba silapha. Okay, singazithoba silapha. Silapha. Asiphakamise. Okay, singazithoba silapha. Silapha. Apha ngasemva. Singazithoba silapha ndibile ndimanzi. Singaphakamisa apha. Singazithoba silapha. Silapha. Singazithoba silapha. Singazithoba silapha. Silapha. Singazithoba silapha. Singazithoba. Okay, silapha ngaphambili. Okay. Siya kwela cala. Okay. Silap. Silap. Bandile ngoku. Bangobandile. Okay, singagqitha ningazithoba. Silap. Singazithoba. Silap. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Okay, singazithoba. Silap. Singazithoba. Silapha. Singazithoba. Silap. Singazithoba. Silap. Okay, singazithoba. Silapha. Ayibonakali ncam lo tag yakho. Cela utsale sibone. Good. Singazithoba. Silap. Silap. Singazithoba. Silapha ngasemva. Silapha ngasemva. Subala ndim obalayo. Subala ndim obalayo. Asinathege esi sandla sizusibala. Lo sisi hleli phansi kukho esa sandla hleli phansi. Okay, cela ndifike siphakamiseke kakuhle. Okay, thank you. Dayeka. Yo, ndibile ndibala. Right, singababiza bangene. Bangene bonke. Okay. Right. Here are the results for the convener of the EC chapter. Ayanda Chansi 152, Lubabalo Mtunukelwa 171. Right. Can we? Yeah. Right. Right, can we settle down, please? Let's settle down, let's settle down. Can we settle down? Please. Let's settle down. The provisional results are indicating that Mandla Ludidi, Lusanda Ombi, and Lubabalo Mtunukelo are the leaders of this chapter. That was our role as the electoral office. I will call upon the Deputy President to continue with the program. It's up to him to call the nominees to the front. Thank you, sir.
Colleagues, siyabulela kakhulu to the registrar's office team. Thank you so much, colleagues. We thank you so much. We did not anticipate that this process would take this long. You might have seen in our program, we really thought it was going to be smooth. Another thing we did not anticipate was that you are going to be this number. We thought maybe at most you would be 200, and then the counting would be quick. But without wasting any further time, colleagues, because kudala nilapha, what we will do now, we will call the convener to the front to make his acceptance address. You are given that amount of time. That's the amount of time you have. Otherwise, come to the forward.
Mandithathe lithuba ndizibulisele. As you may know, my name is Lubabalo Mtunukelo, the newly elected convener of the Eastern Cape chapter of University of Sisulu. Just before I proceed to my acceptance speech, which I drafted after the emergency, or after Ludidi has emerged, because I started drafting immediately when Ludidi emerged, because I knew that we are all going to win. So, just before I start, it will be incorrect of me not to acknowledge the work that has been done by the graduates of the university here in the Eastern Cape, particularly those that we were working together. And I must further say it that now the time for islate Lubabalo Mtunukelo and neslate ska principal liphelile. The only time that we have now is the time for us to work for the brand. It's the time for us to work and serve the graduates of the Eastern Cape province. If there is one thing that I can assure you, all of you here, this chapter is going to contribute meaningfully to the development and the growth of the graduates as the Eastern Cape. Let me proceed to the speech that I prepared. Udipuse and better, of course, of Iklesha, because Iklesha is very short, but I will read the speech that I prepared. Graduates, fellow leaders and alumni of the biggest university in the province, I greet you. This day marks the biggest milestone achievement that a province to witness. I don't take this day as the day of victory, but I don't take this day as the day of victory, but I see an opportunity to finally deliver the mandate of graduates of the Eastern Cape, that as graduates will find ourselves every day of our professional lives. The university Walter Sisulu chapter serves as the bridge linking graduates, the university, the government, industry within our province. And when we made a proposal, there's something that comrades were laughing to me when I emphasized it, that the first step to enhance or to improve the quality of the graduates that we are having, or to make sure that they are employable, is to make sure that the graduates, that they study in class, is in line with what they will be exposed to upper fielding. For example, I made a proposal. I was not even an alumni of that time. I was still leading long time ago as the faculty chairperson, to the faculty as to say, there is ESCOM. The university must approach ESCOM to speak with ESCOM and engage on the memorandum of understanding that can bind the university and ESCOM. ESCOM is the biggest state-owned entity, and for WSU not to have a relationship or relations or MOU between them and ESCOM, that tells us that in this province we are having a problem. Because if the electrical engineering graduates, for example, I started electrical engineering, and fortunately, I'm working for the ESCOM company, and I'm also serving there in those leadership structures. But one thing that, but there is one thing that I noticed while I was working at ESCOM. You know, when we were starting in electrical engineering, those labs, I'm not saying what we study in labs is not in line with what is on the field. It is in line, but it's not what you face in the real lives. There was once a thing which was called a site visit in engineering. It's no longer there. And it is the responsibility of us as this chapter to make sure that the graduates that we produce at WSU, they understand and they know exactly the type of equipment that we have in these industries. For example, I made a proposal to the executive dean recently saying he must go and speak with the general manager of ESCOM to try and engage him to give us some equipment that is not being used at ESCOM, because there's a lot of equipment that is not used. You take that equipment, even if it's not working, but you expose your graduates, you train your graduates as per that equipment, so that they know when they get to Ilenduka field, they know what this one is the breaker, this one is the what, this one is the fuse, so that we don't have graduates that are not in line with what we are doing in industries. And another thing that I want us to emphasize on is the issue of entrepreneurship. I'm happy that one of the leaders, the convex, raised that thing of entrepreneurship, because I myself am one of those entrepreneurs, Zalape Pondwe. And it's so painful to see a university here in entrepreneurship, Isemva. Because entrepreneurship, there are many opportunities that are hanging across the province. There is Iskalo Youth Fund that helps entrepreneurs. There are ABOSIDA, there are NYDA. Why, as Walter Sisulu, do we not approach those state-owned agencies to speak with them about enhancing or improving the quality of graduates that we are having at WSU? For example, at CPUT, where I'm starting doing honors, by the way, an entrepreneurship module, it's a must be. If you are choosing light, you are choosing heavy, because that university has an understanding that not all of us who are going to be employed. Some of us are going to be employers, but we can never be employers if Tina Upper School we don't have such opportunities of us being equipped with entrepreneurship. And another thing that I want us to focus on, and I said it when I was speaking with one of the people that we were working with, that there is something that we don't take into note. In other universities, once you are a graduate or master's graduate, honors, you publish a paper. And even here at WSU, it's something that we must put an emphasis on, so that when we publish these papers, we encourage our graduates to participate in those DHEAD-funded conferences, so that a university, by you attending that conference, once your paper is being accepted, the university generates an amount of 150,000. And that amount of 150,000, it goes direct to the coffers of the university without it being interrupted. What can we do to try to make sure that those funds are also redirected to the crisis that we are having? A crisis of historical debt, a crisis of postgraduate students that are without funding, a crisis of postgraduate students that do not have a place to sleep every day, where our SRCs on a daily basis, they will have to sleep on the road protesting for the university to provide accommodation for those postgraduates. It must be a responsibility of a chapter to engage the university as to say, if a paper is published and the university is gaining this amount of money from that paper, we must take this portion or take this amount of money and invest it, be it we invest it in studies of this postgraduate, or we invest it in a historical debt. So it is important of us colleagues, I almost said comrades, it is important of us colleagues to work hand in hand. And another thing that I must emphasize it here, DP, is that, where I learned leadership, or where I learned how to lead, whenever something is said in a conference, as the collective that is elected, you don't take that as something or as a critique. You take it as the mandate to improve the work of leadership in the province. And us as this collective, I want to assure you that we are going to make sure that WSU graduates, they get employment. WSU graduates, they get internships that are going to later translate into permanent employment. And another thing which we must emphasize it here, DP, so that we may know, we have got many graduates in WSU that do not work. They are not working at all. But we have got graduates that are managers at WSU. You have graduates who are deputy directors. You have graduates who are CEOs. You have graduates that are in influential positions. But the problem that we are having, which we need to zoom it closely, we must have graduates, a leadership or graduates that will invest back to university. How they do that? You make sure that if you are a deputy director, DP, or you are an advocate, you have got a space for a clerkship. You must first advertise and strictly or be strictly there that WSU, I also graduate. Hey, this new branding. So it must be your responsibility. If you are a manager, when you are advertising, you must prioritize landoba ufake amawenu as to avoid land unemployment. Because if we are going to come here and be rhetoric that there is unemployment, we have managers, but we don't take action. We must take action, make sure that those that are in those government positions as influential, they employ what we are producing as WSU, be it learnership or internship. And we must also revive the relations that we're having with the sitters in order for us to improve the state of graduates at WSU. With those words being said, thank you, Makabane, and thanks to the Deputy Registrar for coming here. Thank you.
Colleagues, I don't know if I tend to hesitate to congratulate people for election because it's not a personal achievement. Well, some may look at it that way. I think it's a very wrong way of looking at it. But what I will do, I will wish you well. I definitely will wish you well. We will be working together. And if there is no mischief from your side, we will work very well. I won't say much, colleagues. President is still going to come, say a few words, close, and do the vote of thanks. Otherwise, we will work very well, colleagues. Another thing we're happy that you are wearing the university regalia and your own things, because the tendency of wearing political regalia in these programs, it must not happen. It's a culture we must really inculcate here, so that we always remember the platform we are in. Otherwise, we're saying it for the first time, we're not going to be harsh with you. but we're going to be harsh next time because we would say we would have told you. With those few words, colleagues, we thank you for coming, but President is going to thank you and close the session.
Thank you so much, Deputy President, Advocate Kubela. Colleagues, I would like to thank you, all of you, from the bottom of our hearts as the Convocation Executive, for coming here and for participating robustly, respectfully, and with great decorum. We believe that this convocation rests in your hands, in this province, Mr. Chair and convener of this province. We will rely on you to do an excellent job of leading by example. We've had a series of challenges in the past, but I listened to you talk, and I have faith. And you gave me hope that you are going to do the right things. And so we look forward to working with all of you colleagues. And just to reiterate the words of the Deputy President, we would like this structure to remain as professional as it can possibly be. We would like it to remain above politics as much as it possibly can be. We would like this structure, this convocation, to do politics above politics. Politics that are good politics, developmental politics. The things that the chair has outlined here are good politics. I did not hear one word that was politically foolish, that was politically clownish. I heard you speak on substantive issues. And this gives us hope, colleagues, that we will have a good chapter, we will work together, we will, there will be an induction at the correct time, the DP will coordinate as he does the work of all the chapters. So we look forward to working with you. But with all of you colleagues, thank you so much. It's difficult to come to a process and sit the whole day and listen, because one of the things that colonialism has done has to destroy the capacity to sit down and think and talk. We must give ourselves a full round of applause that we have remained here, regardless of the end of the election itself. This is actually amazing. To those colleagues that have not succeeded in this election, we count on you. We count on you to extend a hand, to show that this was just an election. This was not a personal fight. We are professionals, we are adults, and we don't do foolish politics. When the election is over, it is over. And so I'm calling on all the colleagues that were contesting in this election to lend a hand. If they have good ideas, lend a hand. Remember, we may not all lead, but we may have ideas to share to those who lead. What interests us is the success of this convocation. And so in my concluding words, Mr. Chair, thank you again. All the best to you. Well wishes to the entire committee. And we hope that, usually people allocate people positions and they say, you are going to be something before they have a program. We hope you can have a program, then you can know who needs to do what in terms of that program. Maybe you might not even need a secretary. Secretary for what? You can take notes too. Maybe you need someone to do something else. And so maybe you need to think about that. But in the induction, all of those things will be taken forward. Colleagues, thank you so much. The meeting has been officially closed. See you in June.